Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 11th, 2023 Morro Bay City Council meeting. I'll ask the city clerk to establish a quorum, please. Call to order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Barton has not joined us quite yet. Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Landrum.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
And Mayor Wixom.
Here. If we could please observe a moment of silence. Thank you. And with that, I will have us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Landrum, you want to lead us? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Makes me want to break out singing. I will go to the city attorney, Mr. Newmeyer, closed session report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. No closed session items to report.
Thank you, Mr. Newmeyer. And with that, I will ask council members for comments and updates, and I will start to my left with Council Member Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of events that I want to remind our community about. I don't know if Ms. Crawford's here this evening. She usually is really good about reminding us about the chamber events, but we have the Shop, Sip, and Stroll event coming up downtown this Thursday, April 13th, and you can sign up at morrochamber.org. And then also the other event that probably many of us up here will be attending is the Chamber Gala, the annual Community Awards, which takes place on April 21st. And then there's the Morro Bay Car Show, which is coming up May 4th through the 6th. And you can get more information at morrobaycarshow.org. And lastly, Ironman, if you haven't heard, is coming to Morro Bay, and that will take place on May 20th. And that's all I have for tonight.
More than an announcement, I just have a comment. I wanted to thank the community for their participation in the goal-setting meeting on April 5th. I really appreciate the comments and the solution-driven ideas that came out of that. I hope to see the same participation in the future at educational and engagement opportunities. I believe identifying as a strategic goal to improve upon our outreach to you and our advisory bodies reiterates our commitment to a more transparent and trust-building environment for all of us. And I look forward to that. Thank you.
Councilmember Landrum.
I don't have anything to report. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would echo those comments too. Thank you all for your participation. I think we had about 55 people that came and participated. Huge. Really value the input from the community and the engagement, and I look forward to that continued conversation and engagement. With that, I am going to turn it over to the city manager.
Mayor, Council, I asked two of our department heads to make reports tonight. Chief Watkins is going to introduce Jason Holland, our case manager, and our Public Works Director, Greg Kwolek, is going to provide an update on FEMA reimbursements and mitigation efforts. Looks like Greg's going first.
Thank you, City Manager Carpenter. So just a brief update about our FEMA process. So I may have given some of this information at a prior meeting, but I would like to keep our City Council in the loop and the community in the loop on our progress. There are two buckets of funding that we'll be pursuing as relates to the storms that we experienced earlier this year. First, there's public assistance funding through FEMA, and that is for direct storm impacts to our infrastructure. So, for example, if a road washed away, we may be eligible for funding to repair that road. because it was impacted by the storms in January. And we did begin our weekly meetings with our FEMA representative last week, and we got some good information. And so we're following their process. We'll have until June 3rd to submit all of our requests for that public assistance funding. The second bucket of funding is hazard mitigation funds, and that's to improve public infrastructure so that we don't see as much damage and devastation as we did in these last storms, so that we can mitigate the impacts of future storms. And we are looking at several projects to include in an application. That application is due later this year, but FEMA has asked for a notice of intent to be filed for each project by May 10th, and so we're working aggressively to submit those applications, or rather those notices of intent. So that's my update.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I am delighted to introduce to you Jason Holland. Come on over, Jason, so everybody can see you. He is a City of Morro Bay Homeless Outreach, you're good right there, sir. City of Morro Bay Homeless Outreach Case Manager. The police department met Jason in December of 2021 when he was working with Transitions Mental Health Association, aka TEMA, of San Luis Obispo. Jason was introducing a pilot program for homeless outreach case management with law enforcement and safe parking. The program was scheduled to last 1 year under the grant funding. Program was scheduled to last 1 year under grant funding under TEMA. Jason partnered with the police department, riding with patrol officers to assist with contacting our unhoused residents. The goal was to provide outreach and resources for the unhoused population of Morro Bay with the goal of reducing calls for service and recidivism while providing access to health care, housing programs, and other community resource options. During the year, Jason worked alongside officers and sergeants responding to calls for service and provided numerous community members with avenues to garner resources and services associated with homelessness and mental health services. Jason has worked within the social services profession since 2016, where he has worked with organizations such as CAPSLO, Veteran Support Services, and with Transitions Mental Health. Jason is a regional trainer for Social Security Administration's SOAR program, that stands for SSI Outreach, Access, and Recovery. This program specifically increases the likelihood of a successful disability application, providing income to individuals and health insurance through Medicare. Jason offers and completes CalFresh and Medi-Cal applications in the field, which provides food and medical health insurance needs from the state. He works closely with County Public Health to provide medical care to those who otherwise would not receive care. Jason works closely with the San Luis Obispo District Attorney's Office and the Office of the State Public Defender to provide options for court diversion programs. As a case manager, Jason schedules and creates transportation to appointments for drug and alcohol services, county behavioral health, CAPSLO, ECHO Shelter, and as well as TEMA. In 2022, the Morro Bay City Manager created a homeless working group comprised of city department heads to address homelessness in Morro Bay. One of the first items the team addressed was the need for continued outreach and case management, as we saw the work over the past year with Jason yielded positive results. The working group recommended the city create a part-time position to continue the work. Jason Holland answered the call, applied, and joined the City of Morro Bay team in February of this year. Jason works 20 hours per week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And if I could just take 1 second to highlight two specific cases that Jason is directly involved with over the last year. A particular male in his late 30s, a Morro Bay resident who suffers from schizoaffective disorder, extreme alcohol dependency, was unhoused and was arrested by law enforcement 23 times during a 1-year period of time. He was the most arrested subject in SLO County, and he was here in Morro Bay. With assistance and case management from Jason Holland, this individual was placed into a program that gave him mental health medication on a schedule, alcohol treatment program. He remains out of jail at this time and has been for the last 5 months. He is housed here in Morro Bay, and is on the path to employment. This individual receives ongoing case management between Jason Holland and SLO County Probation. Second case I'd like to highlight is a male in his late 50s, an Army veteran. A Morro Bay unhoused resident suffering from schizophrenia was creating daily calls for service to the police department, usually upwards of 6 calls before noon. Male was arrested in Morro Bay on a felony charge. That's when Jason began to work closely with the DA and the Public Defender's Office to offer assistance and resources to improve the subject's chances for success while in custody and after release. Jason advocated for him to receive intensive mental health services while in custody. While under medication, this subject has been making long-term plans for his life post-release and has a bed waiting for him in a sober living facility upon his release that will assist in helping him keep appointments and keep him in a safe environment with other veterans. A little bit about Jason. Jason joined the Air Force in 1997. He was honorably discharged in 2003. Jason attended and graduated culinary school in 2003, where he helped open and worked within the restaurant industry until 2016. Jason became involved in social services with Cap SLO in 2016 because, in his words, he saw a gap in the social services net and felt the need to get involved and make a difference. Jason believes that Jason believes the people he helps every day in the field are the highest level of mental health and substance use disorder cases who are not being represented unless we go to them. The Homeless Outreach Case Manager is one step in the city's efforts to meet the San Luis Obispo countywide plan to address homelessness adopted by the County Homeless Services Oversight Council in 2022. We have more work to do, but this is an important and tangible first step for the city of Morro Bay. So with that, I introduce you Jason Holland. If you have any questions, you guys are welcome. He can stand up to the podium.
I'm much more comfortable in front of smaller groups.
Do you guys have any questions for Jason?
No, thank you, Jason. Appreciate your joining the team. Thank you very much.
The opportunity to do this.
Thank you. Anything else for us, Mr. Carpenter? We're good? Thank you so much. With that, we are going to move on. This evening, we have a presentation from Central Coast Community Energy for our annual update, and welcome to Jenna Espinosa and Jan Marks.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm happy tonight to be able to kick off the annual report to the City of Morro Bay. I'm on my 16th year on San Luis Obispo City Council. It's the first time I've served with an all-female council, and I'm happy to be in the same company as the Morro Bay City Council here. It's also my honor to serve on the Central Coast Community Energy Policy Committee. And this is a committee made up all of elected officials whose jurisdictions are members of community, I'm going to call it 3CE. And I represent the city of Morro Bay as well as the city of San Luis Obispo. So I want you to know that I'm here for you and open to any input that you may have about it. I've been involved with advocating for community choice aggregation, as it was called when AB 117 was passed in the year 2002. So I've been advocating for community choice aggregation for 21 years. And it's a real pleasure to see the success and the community support that has evolved. So the policy board, there are 3 basic boards: a policy board that consists of elected officials, and then the operations board that consists of like staff members. And Derek Johnson, our city manager, is the chair for the next 2 years of the policy of the ops board. And then the community advisory committee. And those people are basically I'd say, clean energy advocates from the various communities. So all 7 cities now in our county have joined, because Atascadero just joined. And recently, as I'm sure you already know, the county of San Luis Obispo has also signaled that they want to join. That's a 2-year process. So with that, I'm going to introduce Jenna Espinoza, who is right here locally on Zaca Lane in the city of San Luis Obispo with the southerly office of Central Coast Community Energy, and she is the outreach manager locally. So Jenna.
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us. It is my honor to be here tonight to highlight Central Coast Community Energy's recent accomplishments over the course of 2022, as well as our plans for 2023 and beyond. I am the manager of customer accounts and services and run a team in the San Luis Obispo office, but also across Monterey. I will start with a brief introduction to community choice aggregation for anyone who is new, to how the CCA model works and how it differs from the investor-owned utility model, and then highlight Central Coast Community Energy's history and role in your community. So once a community signs on to a CCA, the CCA takes over electricity procurement while the existing investor-owned utility continues to handle transmission, distribution, metering, and billing. And CCAs are public agencies and return our revenue to the communities that we serve in the form of programs, incentives, and rebates. And we could also assist with local job creation and renewable energy development. Our agency has seen tremendous expansion since we formed in 2017 in Monterey Bay, and we now serve the entire Central Coast. Morro Bay joined in 2020. Today, 3CE is made up of 34 member agencies throughout the 5 counties. We serve nearly 450,000 customers and have secured over $1 billion in renewable energy and storage agreements, and have returned $26 million to our communities through our programs. Over 94% of utility customers in our community are enrolled with our services, and in the year 2022, we delivered over 5,000 gigawatt hours of electricity throughout the region. Also in the last year and a half, of note, we enrolled the community of Buellton, completed enrollment of unincorporated regions of Santa Barbara County, and welcomed the city of Atascadero. There's a lot of news to report, and I'd like to focus it on the 4 major benefits promised to our communities when we formed in 2017, starting with local control. So community choice aggregation allows local governments to have greater control over the type and cost of energy supplied to their communities to ensure that energy sources and rates reflect your values and goals. With 3CE, decisions about where your power comes from and how you are charged for it are made by local elected officials. And together we're making progress on climate goals, and as a region, we are far ahead of both state and federal targets to decarbonize our energy supply. Here in the city of Morro Bay, you share board seats with the city of San Luis Obispo. You're represented on our policy board by Councilmember Jan Marks and on our operations board by SLO City Manager Derek Johnson. So let's talk about rates. In March of 2022, we decoupled our rates from PG&E's and established our own rate-setting procedures based on our cost to serve our customers, resulting in an average of about 18% savings for residential and small business customers. And medium commercial customers save between 2 and 19% when we made this change in 2022. And our competitiveness has continued at this time. So moving into our procurement goals, Today, we are at 50% clean and renewable energy and on track to provide 60% clean and renewable energy by the year 2025, which is 5 years earlier than the goal set by the state of California. And our strategy commits us to 100% by 2030, balancing on a monthly basis, which is a full 15 years ahead of the goal set by the state of California. 3C is also pursuing offshore wind generation, which is an emerging technology you're all very aware with. And the auction for leases in federal waters in December 2022 was an important step in bringing these resources online. So in order to achieve our procurement goals, our procurement team has prioritized long-term contracts that bring new clean resources online as quickly as possible. So to date, we've executed 19 long-term power purchase agreements and energy storage agreements, and 5 of these projects came online in 2022 and add up to nearly 275 megawatts of generation and energy storage, or about 22% of our current load. Meeting greenhouse gas reduction goals is also about electrification. And as individuals, the biggest impact we can make to cut greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality is to replace fossil fuel vehicles with electric vehicles and replace gas appliances in our homes. So as 3C works to clean the grid, electric cars and appliances will be emissions-free in their operations, and electricity that powers them will be 100% clean and renewable. So the way that we support the community is through reinvestment of revenue. So on the screen you can see what we accomplished over the last year. And more broadly, over the past 3 years, 3C has helped put more than 1,000 new and used electric vehicles on Central Coast roads by distributing more than $2 million in cash rebates paid directly to our customers, and have spared more than 6,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions, just simply through our Electrify Your Ride program. Additionally, in collaboration with funding partners like the California Energy Commission, we have delivered rebates that have put more than 1,000 new electric vehicle chargers across our region. We've also helped support more than 2,000 new affordable housing units to be all electric, and that support continues. Residential customers within the city of Morro Bay are eligible for rebates up to $5,000 towards electric vehicles and chargers, and towards replacing certain gas-powered appliances in their homes. We also have programs aimed directly at helping your city and other member agencies stay up to date with electrification and building codes that advance electrification. And we have business-friendly programs designed to electrify new housing, farm worker housing, upgrading agricultural equipment, and installing DCFC Level 3 chargers. So with an eye towards equity, we do provide additional rebates for income-qualified customers. And in partnership with the state, we have garnered over $98,000 for your community at this time. And anyone who would like to learn more about our rebates, they can visit our website for more information. So with your continued support and the community and the council, and that, you know, is my last slide, so it's fine, it turned off, but thank you for your partnership, and we look forward to answering any questions and continuing to deliver clean and renewable energy to the community and programs that support electrification across our region.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you, Jan, also appreciate that. Any questions from anyone? Are we good?
I have a comment. This is funny that you're here, because I just was looking over my electricity bill, and I just didn't know what that CCC, what is it, E? was, and so and I've never had time to call. I called this week, and told them, in fact, I'm like, I don't want this. What's this extra charge on my bill? And then they priced it out, and it turns out I was saving $40 a month. So just thought it's very timely that you're here presenting this now. Now I understand it more. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
So with council's permission, I'm going to go on an assumption that we're going to approve A6, which is a proclamation for, or excuse me, A7, A6, A7, one of them there, for A6, for Arbor Day. And so if I have your consensus, I will go ahead and read that. Thank you very much for letting me go out of order. So we have a proclamation for the city of Morro Bay declaring April 22nd, 2023 as Arbor Day. The City Council, City of Morro Bay. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for planting trees. Whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil, wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of the business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas Morro Bay has been recognized for the past 26 years as a Tree City, USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and desires to continue its tree planting ways. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Morro Bay City Council does hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2023 as Arbor Day in the City of Morro Bay and urges all citizens to support efforts to protect. Good evening. Hello. Hello. Good evening, everyone. If I can get you to all take a seat, we're going to call the meeting to order. Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask the city clerk to do a roll call vote, please. Roll call quorum. Thank you.
Councilmember Barton,
Here.
Councilmember Edwards,
Here.
Councilmember Landrum,
Here.
Councilmember Ford,
Here.
and Mayor Wixom.
Here. This is throwing me off. We're in a different room and out of sorts. So with that, we're going to call the meeting to order. We have a goal-setting workshop tonight, and Jeanette Williams is here somewhere down there, and she is going to be facilitating this, and we are going to open public comment. I'm going to ask for those of you who turn speaker slips in, we're going to hold those. We're going to have 2 public comment periods tonight, one right now for items on the agenda, and then the city clerk has your speaker slips. If you can't stay and want to speak now, that's fine. We're going to stop partway through the goal setting to allow everybody to engage them once we've begun the goal setting. So if anyone wants to speak, public comment on items on the agenda pertaining to the goal workshop tonight, please, 3 minutes, the city clerk will be timing. I have speaker slips to start with. I'm going to start Marlis McPherson, followed by Glenn Sellaway, followed by Aaron Oakes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. I'm actually speaking to an item on the agenda. if that's all right, that I cannot stay for. Okay. I did submit comments, and this pertains to item C, to the goals discussion. I submitted my comments, but I'd also like to speak to it because I think this is such an important meeting for the community. It sets what we're going to be doing for the next 2 years. And so I wanted to share my comments with everyone, but doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do that, does it? Certainly not people at home. At any rate, I like the goal. I like the 4 goals you have set. But I want to point out that I think the most important goal, the one you really have to focus on, is economic vitality, which I might also call raising city revenues. Without doing that, we are not able to really do anything with respect to public infrastructure. And we have an aging infrastructure, the storm damage we recently had, so it's critical that we raise enough money to at least address some of those issues. And so I would like to add an item to your goals list, or actually it's an objective, and that is to, let me see what I wrote here. Exactly. Diversify our city's economic base. Just like the reason that we have recycled water, which is because we needed to diversify our water supplies. We can't rely on state water during periods of drought. We need to diversify our economic base because we need a sustainable revenue fund. And although I know we've gotten grants and we need to try to get more grants, and I know that when I was on the city council, we actually looked at city-owned property and weighed that as an alternative, but that just brings in one-time funds. It's not sustainable. And so I think we really do need to work a little harder on diversifying. And I mentioned a few items that were possibility action items for us to tackle with our staff and also with the Chamber of Commerce, which has an economic development contract with the city. We need to stay engaged with the Federal Wind Energy Project off Morro Bay's coast because we need to take advantage of any economic development opportunities that are appropriate for our city. We need to seek development opportunities for light manufacturing and our commercial enterprises in appropriate zones in the city. And this is something that the mayor mentioned at the goals meeting that we had. We also need to explore more options to encourage evening entertainment activities in the city's commercial districts. And this is something that Councilmember Barton brought up at the goals meeting. And I'm sure that when working with the Chamber of Commerce, you can come up with more ideas about how to sustain and find additional revenues. Under the under the housing homeless response goal, I'd like you to consider adding the objective to actively participate in the county's regional plan. And I know that you probably are doing that already, but it's really critical, and Susan Funk came to specifically ask us to include that in our goals, and I think it would be a good idea to make it explicit, and we need to appoint a new representative to that because Scott Collins was on it. And so I'm not going to, the rest are in my written comments, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Glenn Silloway. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. I want to just start out by saying thank you for having that meeting last Wednesday. I thought it was a little confusing at times, meandering, but the staff did a great job summarizing it. I think that that was a good document. I did notice as I read that document that I think there are some things that are missing in it. I know that some of the advisory boards, the Chamber of Commerce, others may have submitted goals earlier that are not reflected in this document, or at least are not all. Some of the comments brought them back into the discussion. One that is particularly important to me that's missing is I want to urge you to include a priority put into your goal statement the development of a historic preservation program. This program is something you've already approved in a sense because the council approved the general plan update some time ago. The idea of establishing a historic preservation ordinance and accompanying program components is in that general plan. So you're following your own instructions to do this. The Planning Commission has recently been having people come and talk about their experiences with our history. And it's been interesting, and we're learning that a lot of people care about the preservation of this town. So I hope that you can perhaps turn this over to the commission, have them set up a process or a plan and get started. The cost will be low. There will be volunteers to help. And I think it's something that if we just get started, we'll get it done. It'll be important for us. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council and staff. My name is Aaron Oakes of Morro Bay. And before I start with my remarks, I wanted to make a couple of comments. The first one is, I am absolutely thrilled to have Jason Holland as part of our team. His service is exemplary. His service to the community through Transitions Mental Health Alliance, through the SLO Public Defender's Office, and through the DA is just incredible. And I think he'll be a tremendous asset to resolving the issues with our homeless population. A lot of these people who are going through incarceration, coming out, and then reoffending again. He's someone who has a successful track record of stopping that and these repeat offenses, so I'm very excited to have him on board in our city. And second, I wanted to echo some of former Councilwoman McPherson's comments about some of the goals that she had discussed, but with a slight caveat. So when we talk about economic redevelopment and economic vitality, what we need to focus on is economic vitality and revenue development that fits within the community within the community's character. So in other words, not the battery storage system. Okay. So, so recently Vistra's board of directors authorized a $200,000 marketing campaign for Morro Bay in light of our recent weather issues and how that impacted our TOT. Forgive me for my Latin, but that's quid pro quo. And what do they think they're getting out of such a generous contribution that we really didn't ask for, that we are somehow now beholden to? $200,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to the collective average decline in property values for every community that hosted a lithium-ion battery storage facility in the United States. With their proposed system in place, we'll be dealing with a lot more than a decline in our tourism. Morro Bay will be dealing with a demonstrably flawed technology that is absolutely obsolete. It's not green technology, it's brown. Last July, an electric transit bus in Connecticut powered by lithium-ion battery burst into flames. A month later, New York City electric scooter powered by lithium-ion sparked an apartment fire that killed a young child and a woman. We can't afford to have this in our community. So we have to use common sense here. And when the time comes, say no to the proposed battery energy storage system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Clementine Ellis and Rachel Wilson.
Hello, I'm speaking in reference to agenda item A7, or Sexual Assault Action Month. First, I want to say thank you to Mayor Carla Wixom and the City Council for this proclamation. My name is Clementine Ellis, and I am the Special Campaign Administrator of the Domestic Violence Fatality Project at Lumina Alliance. Lumina Alliance was created by the merger of Rise and Stand Strong in July of 2021. And our mission is to empower those impacted by sexual and intimate partner violence through innovative advocacy, healing, and prevention programs. During the month of April, we look to engage in conversation with our community to educate and dispel myths around sexual assault and to foster a culture that supports survivors. Unfortunately, one only has to open a news app to be reminded of the breadth of this problem. These reports illustrate what we know to be true, that sexual assault is underreported and that it can take months, years, or even decades to disclose. April is dedicated to creating a community that not only condemns sexual violence of all kinds, but actively works to fight against it. Throughout the month, there are many opportunities for community members across the county to learn more about sexual violence and actions they can take to prevent it. You can join us at the Slow Farmers Market on April 20th. You can wear jeans in support of survivors on Denim Day, which is April 26th. Or you can attend our sister agency, Cal Poly Safers Take Back the Night event on April 27th on the Cal Poly campus. We invite you to join us for these events and take action during this important month. Please remember, if you or anyone you know is experiencing sexual or intimate partner violence and needs help, please call 805-545-8888, our 24-hour crisis and information line, to speak to one of our confidential advocates. In closing, we are so grateful for this proclamation and the ongoing support of the Morro Bay City Council. On behalf of Lumina Alliance's Board of Directors, staff, and volunteers, we thank you all for taking action this month to create our vision of a safe, thriving, and equitable community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll have the city clerk get that proclamation to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Wixom and City Council members. My name is Rachel Wilson, and I do a lot of research as a science teacher, former science and math teacher, and I discovered a great place to find California legislation updates. Okay? It is, if you go to the next slide, it is the California Coastal Commission. On their main page, they have a list of all of the bills that would affect anyone in the California coastal zone. Guess what, Morro Bay? Most of Morro Bay is in the California coastal zone. They have all the legislation pending at the state level. So I wanted to point out a couple that could affect Morro Bay. If you could, next one, please. AB 1407. This is actually former council member and state assemblywoman Dawn Addis's bill, and she has partnered with our state senator Laird. And the idea is by 2050, they want to restore kelp forests, estuary restoration, eelgrass meadows, native oyster beds. Guess what? It is wiser to preserve what we already have than to just restore what we destroy. I applaud Dawn Addis on this bill because we need to protect our coast. We need to protect our estuaries. We get a whole lot of oxygen, which we all need, from kelp. It's a critical source. But for Morro Bay, let's preserve our estuary. Let's preserve our eelgrass meadows. Let's preserve our oyster beds. So we don't need AB 1407 by making great choices. The next one is AB 914 by a fellow named Friedman. This is one that will take the choice away from Morro Bay regarding the best plants. Wonder why Vistra is behind on its EIR? That's because this bill would exempt the best plants from the environmental process. So start asking Vistra, hey, we need you to meet your deadlines. 2 years ago, you said, hey, we got to hurry, hurry, hurry. Costs are rising. And the next slide, please. Think green. Think Port Hueneme. Look at Port Hueneme. We're not going to damage any estuaries sending operations and maintenance there. It's already an industrial port. And finally, think green. We are a world-class estuary. Do not industrialize our waterfront. Our visitors and our wildlife depend on your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Susan Stewart, followed by Tom Rex, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Susan Stewart. I own a business, a retail business in downtown Morro Bay. I would like to say there are a lot of wonderful new and increasingly successful businesses in the downtown, and we are having really, I think, a good surge of visitors in that area, a lot of repeat customers, new customers, tremendous number of Cal Poly students, Cuesta students, visitors from certainly north, south, and our regulars from the east. Tourists are discovering the area. And as I wrote in my letter to you all, our number one question is, where's the public restroom in the downtown? And of course, there no longer is one. We had a brief temporary arrangement with Grandma's Yogurt. That was great, but that has ended. So you have to do sort of the really hard thing of directing people away from your economic area or asking them to use a private business. So in part of the goal setting, I would ask that you look at some kind of action item under your public infrastructure or economic vitality goals to address this issue. I feel like if we're advertising ourselves as a destination, and if tourism is a part of, and certainly our sales tax revenue is a part of how we succeed, we have to attend to basic biological needs. I know that we don't have properties in the downtown. I know that we can't afford to build something. So my recommendation would be we look at developing some kind of contract with several businesses in the downtown offering to subsidize their utility bills for, say, a period of 2 years while Public Works looks into perhaps contracting with some outside services to provide portable restrooms, whatever might be a possibility for that, looking into what that might cost. It could be a trial period. It could be something we could see how it works, what the expenses are for that, but it would be a solution at least for now so that we could appear to be a city that is welcoming to our visitors. The other thing I would like to say, and it could also be something that as bigger projects are coming to our community development department, maybe we'll look at that as a public benefit addition, that they could add on to their project. The other thing is, as many of you know, I am now living in Baywood Park, which is very sad after moving to Morro Bay in 1988. But I will say that driving down Quintana Road now, I know you guys hear a lot of the negatives, Quintana Road is a lovely drive now. It is a beautiful, smooth, wonderful road to drive down. Kudos to whoever, finally finished that off. Positive things are happening in Morro Bay. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, council members, and the staff. I have, I guess, a question, and then I'm just going to throw this question out. Why was Morro Bay not more prepared for our flood? And I'll just narrow it down. My neighbor, who passed away shortly after the flood, I took her from our house. I live in Silver City West. Took her out of there. I brought her by the senior center, which was locked. No one was around. I took her to my brother-in-law's house for a couple of hours before we were contacted that they were open to receive the people that were evacuated. Also, when we got down there, she sat for several hours waiting for outside services to get there so she would have either a cot, something to drink. She sat in a hard chair. She's disabled. She's very handicapped. I just wondered why we weren't able to buy 50 cots and put in the senior center or hire somebody in case that happens to open the senior center or somewhere. We had, finally, she was rescued by the Nazarene Church out of San Luis Obispo, and as you all know, Red Cross couldn't get here for several hours. So do we always depend on outside services, or are we able to afford 50 cots, is my question. Okay? Just something to ponder on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Linda Winters, followed by Terry.
That's a tough act to follow because she was also my neighbor. Good evening. It's dry and it's cool at long last, and I am Linda Winters, 29-year resident in a mobile home park on Main Street. We've been on the news way too many times lately. Wouldn't you say, Madam Mayor, councilwomen, city staff, fire department, city police chiefs? Let me introduce myself to the new members of the staff. Mr. Carpenter, I believe Mr. Newmeyer can tell you about a plan we had with former City Manager Collins, educating all the mobile home residents here in Morro Bay about their rights and learning about the city's rent control ordinance within the mobile home parks. And to our new harbor master, whom I'm not even going to try and pronounce your last name, Ted, whom I met at a local market a couple days ago. I introduced myself, although we all know how shy and timid a person I really am. I can't even say it with a straight face. For the past 5 years, I've been speaking exclusively about mobile home living and my goals, how it remains the last affordable living in the city for our seniors. I was so pleased to hear during the Goals Forum on April 5th the lengthy discussion about my number one goal, providing and maintaining affordable housing and creating a possible new housing for the unhoused population here. I have a plan. You can ask me about it later. We mobile home residents also have laws written specifically for us all, the mobile home residency laws, the MRL. A new bill about those laws that protect all our mobile home residents in California was introduced this legislative session by our own Assemblywoman Addis. It extends our protection, it extends additional protection for all of us. It's AB 318. As I have done for all of these years, I will attend each and every meeting in person or via Zoom, hopefully not too many Zooms, and will keep you all informed about my progress. And I'll see you on April 25th, the good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. Oh, please, Lord, don't let it happen again. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Terry Simons. I've just been kind of doing a play-by-play as things have been brought up as we've gone along. First, I'd like to address Councilperson Edwards, or it is Edwards, yeah, I'm sorry, remarks about the attendance at the goal setting. I too was at that meeting, and quite frankly, I was very surprised at the number of people that were there. So I've been researching in the last couple weeks, trying to figure out why. The best thing that I've been able to come up with, and this is odd, but I think this is what happened, some of the people that are promoting their own anti-project interests seem to advertise extremely heavily on Nextdoor to get as much attendance at that goal-setting meeting as possible. So when you're looking at a way to reach out and get more people to come to city council meetings or to come speak on specific issues, I'd really recommend that you find a way to take advantage of Nextdoor. My wife, if you know her, is very much an advocate of Nextdoor, and hardly a day goes by she doesn't post something. But I think that Nextdoor could provide that outreach link to get a large group of the population more involved with the city's issues. Moving on. There was a brief discussion about Mr. Kwolek's interfacing with FEMA, and we discussed the FEMA maps and the flood maps that have been in existence for 30 years or longer in Morro Bay. It came as no surprise that the flooding that occurred on Main Street happened because the maps predict that that would happen. What was a surprise was that we were not particularly well prepared for that. And I would hope that going forward, Mr. Kwolek's office could get together with community development and make very strong changes to the local general plan and zoning map to in the future preclude development or severely restrict development along the creek banks in that corridor. And I know that there's money available from FEMA. Hopefully in his interfacing with FEMA, he can follow those lines to try to get funds for the decommissioning of properties that are in high flood-prone areas, which we have very good examples of. Unfortunately, those areas are currently inhabited by some of our lowest economic indicator people, the housing, the mobile home parks, but I think there's a way to do that, and hopefully we can get the resources from FEMA to decommission a strip up that Morrow Creek corridor to allow it to be redeveloped and reorganized in a way that can handle the drainage in a much better way than what we experienced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I have no more speaker slips, so public comment is open. If anyone would like to speak to items not on the agenda or items you can't stay for, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Nicole Dorfman, and on behalf of the Central Coast Health Coalition, I'd like to invite you to a screening of the documentary film Anecdotals at the Bay Theater on Monday, April 24th at 5 p.m. As the name suggests, Anecdotals focuses on the stories of individuals who have suffered adverse reactions from the COVID shot. It calls for open dialogue and acknowledgement of the harms done while reporting on the fact that many of those harmed have nowhere to go for treatment. With injuries ranging from paralysis to heart damage to chronic pain and fatigue, the film explores why there's no official program to treat the injured, and it advocates for research and resources to help those in need. The film also includes video of government hearings with patients and doctors testifying as to their experiences. For anyone skeptical of what I just said, I hope you'll be curious and open-minded enough to watch the film and judge its merits for yourself. Also consider checking out the newly released Rasmussen report titled COVID-19 Virus vs. Vaccine Deaths. The results are quite surprising, and here are just a couple eye-opening revelations. Number one, nearly identical numbers of Americans believe that someone in their household died of side effects from the COVID vaccine as died from COVID itself. Number two, among those who say a member of their household died from COVID, 54%, more than half, also say a member of their household died whose death they think was caused by side effects from COVID vaccines. These results indicate that it's likely someone you know has been impacted by vaccine injury. Maybe someone like Director Jennifer Sharp, who suffered a debilitating injury immediately after her first shot. She declined the second dose and lost her job as a result. Sharp pitched the idea for Anecdotals with a short video that she shared privately on Vimeo. It described her reaction to the shot and advocated for compassion. According to Sharp, the video was removed for misinformation. They said they don't allow content that goes against CDC recommendations, Sharp states in the film. I am not allowed to tell my own story. Following the screening, there will be a question and answer period with functional medicine practitioner Sarah Green, who is familiar treating vaccine injury. Tickets will be available at the door starting at 4:30 on Monday, April 24th. To get tickets in advance, go to givesendgo.com/private screening April 24th. Again, that's givesendgo.com/private screening April 24th. I also left a flyer on the back table with information, so please take a look on your way out. If you have any questions, please email centralcoasthealthcoalition@gmail.com. That's centralcoasthealthcoalition@gmail.com. I hope to see you there on the 24th.
Good evening, Council. My name is Natalia Mirzoyan, and I'm here to talk about plastic, so you can all breathe a sigh of relief. I just saw or heard a talk by a man who floated across the Pacific on a jerry-rigged bunch of trash, and it took him 3 months to do it. And he survived eating fish, which he said thousands of miles from anywhere. He cut open a fish and it burst out with particles of plastic about the size of rice. But that's not the worst of it. There's microparticles of plastic in everything. Everything in the sea has quantifiable levels of plastic, and just about everything on land, including every one of you and myself, unfortunately. It's the never talked about real existential threat to our lives on this planet. And I think there's something we could do about it. The gentleman that floated across the ocean suggested we write to our congressman and legislators, so I'm suggesting that we send that information to Dawn Addis, and maybe she can get something done. She cares about the estuary and all that, so I'm hoping that will work out. And apropos to some of the other things people have said, I think if we bought less stuff from Amazon and shopped locally, we would need less packaging and plastics in our environment. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Betty Winholtz. I have three brief topics I'd like to touch on. One relates to the trees, City Arbor, and I'm sorry that we can't plant trees down along the bike path because it's not open yet. And I do see that they were seeding today, and so I'd like to know the status of what's going on, when we might get that brought forward maybe to PWEB or whoever is going to be looking at what that landscaping is going to look like so the public can have some input into that. Would have been a great place to plant trees. Second, there's a really tall fence that's been uniquely built around the Women's Club, just off on Piney Way, just south of Morro Bay Boulevard, and it's extra tall. It's in the front yard. I think it violates height limits, and would hope that someone could follow up with that. And then my third thing was, I know that you've been doing a good job of telling us about the committees that the council members belong to in the county, and reporting to us about that. Could you also maybe sometimes report on your subcommittees locally? Like I think there's a WRF committee, there's an NEP committee, there's a, I don't know how many committees you guys have, but maybe some of those could be reported on too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. We have no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you so much. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Thank you. Sorry, I thought there was a late joiner, but it's for another item. Okay, so with that, we're going to move to the consent calendar. Does anyone want to pull anything on consent? No? Okay. I'm going to open public comment on consent calendar. Terry, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed that item A5 is a request to get some sort of link going with the people promoting the wind program and any legislative actions involving the wind program. Fundamentally, I support the idea of wind generation, and I'm not sure on just how that's going to affect us, but there's a very strong linkage being made between people that are opposed to the BESS seem to also be jumping in opposed to the wind project, and I don't see that linkage. I think that we can not have a BESS and still benefit from the potential improvements to our harbor that could come to us by providing some sort of facilities for the offshore wind service vessels that are going to be needed. I think that one of the previous speakers made a quantum leap in terms of the possibility of Morro Bay becoming an industrial harbor. We don't have the physical topography or the reality nor the need to become an industrial harbor, but there are substantial benefits that I think could come to the community. We know we have a tremendous shortfall in our harbor improvements, existing capital facilities. I think the last I heard there was a $2 million shortfall in the ability to bring our harbor facilities up to date. I know that the fishing community, and I hope I don't make enemies out of any of the fishermen on this, but I recently watched a documentary on fishing, real fishing. I hate to call it that, but this is industrial offshore fishing factories that produce the lion's share of the fish caught and eaten by the world. That's not what our fishing community does. We have a small fleet of locally based boats that move up and down the coast and bring home a certain amount of fish. If we want to improve our harbor, we're never going to be able to do it based on the revenue stream from our fishing community. If we want to improve our harbor, it's unlikely that we're going to be able to do it on the backs of the vendors that are leasing Tidelands Trust properties. So the question becomes, where do the revenue stream come from to improve our harbor? Our recreational boaters have been trying, I've been personally involved in trying to get a facility to service boats, which could be fishing boats and recreational boats, for over 30 years. And there's been a lot of discussion about having a haul-out facility. Originally, the Triangle Lot was deemed to be that. It seems to be that the Triangle Lot's future is going to be the Marine Historic Center, which I'm not opposed to. I think it's a fine thing. And to the extent that it probably generates some tourism and possibly some revenue for the city, I think that's fine. But we need to make our entrance and our facilities available to the offshore people so that we can get the revenue that we need that could come from that. And I think it would not be destructive to our harbor. Thank you.
Betty Winholtz, I would also like to speak to A5, but in a different vein. You've listed two items in there that in particular need to be addressed, AB3 and I think it's AB80. I was aware of the AB 914 that Ms. Wilson had related to us earlier, and I didn't know about the other one that she mentioned, the 1407 or whatever that number. When you write your letter to all these officials, I hope you'll include some of those legislation numbers other than just the two that you've got there. I'm sure you know of many more, and I'm so glad that you're doing this, that I think we need to be made aware of what they're doing and what they know, because we need to know that too. Thanks.
Thank you. AGP, do we have anyone in the queue for public comment on the consent agenda?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. We have one person with the hand raised, Dawn Betty.
Thank you.
Talk.
Give me 1 minute.
Okay, you've been allowed to speak.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, folks watching at home. My name is Dawn Beatty, and I'm speaking to A2. Responding to the question that has been raised here of why the closures assessment First off, when the assessment district was initially established, the cluster's development included very few homes. It was mostly empty home lots, providing little money to the city in the form of property taxes. In these early days, the assessment, which was one of many concessions agreed to by the developer to gain city approval to build the development, was designed to pay the entire cost to maintain the portions of the development that was gifted to the city. That included the public park and the associated walking trails. Over time, as these 120 lots became homes, property taxes increased 5 times, 10 times, even 20 times what they were initially, putting more money into the city's general fund to pay for the growing costs of maintaining this public entity. The cluster's homeowners recognize they will always be paying a contribution towards the city maintenance, but any cost of living increase was deemed to come from property taxes. Secondly, given the city's mishandling of the assessment money for decades, garnering the majority of votes necessary to increase and thus overturn the current fee structure is unlikely. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Sorry, Nicole.
No worries, I'll be quick. I also I would like to speak to A5, and I just want to say thank you for proposing this resolution. I feel like the council has heard the community, that we want to be updated. We want to have a seat at the table. We want to know what's going on with the offshore wind, and it is long overdue, and it's a corrective action, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, and again, sorry about that. Anyone else for public comment on the consent agenda? With that, I will close public comment, bring it back to council, and ask for a motion.
All right, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I have a
I'll
second.
second.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurel. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum? Councilmember Landrum? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Thought I was going to get through this better tonight, and I lost my way again. Sorry about that, you guys. With that, we're going to move to item B1, and the agenda item is going to be 2 cross appeals filed by for a single-family home for approval in coastal development permit, 2440 Laurel Avenue. Design conditions, cross appeals filed by the permit applicant and site neighbor. And I'm going to turn it over to community development for staff report.
Mayor, may I have a point of order really quick? We need a personal 5 minutes
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take.
Sorry, I
a
didn't mean to
5-minute
interrupt.
recess.
Just before we get into the entire.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. 5-minute recess. Thank you. Ready? Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for giving us those few minutes. We will reconvene, and we are on item B1, which is going to be a cross appeal. Going to turn it over to community development. Before I do that, real quick, I will ask my fellow council members if there is anyone who has ex parte.
I had communication with the appellant, Ms. Metzger.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nope, thank you. With that, I will turn it over to community development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carla. Mayor Wixom. Nancy Hubbard, our contract planner, will provide the presentation on the item.
So this is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision that was an appeal hearing for a coastal development permit 22-025 for a proposed new home at 2440 Laurel Avenue. A little history of the project. The photo in the top is the existing home, and you can see it's surrounded by homes that were developed after this one. This was 1950, and development of that area probably really took off in 1970 and 80 and 90. The project required a coastal development permit with ministerial approval. The project was approved administratively on December 10th, 2022. And the CDP was issued. And the little image on the bottom is a drawing of the proposed new home. More history, December 20th, 2022, the CDP was appealed by Metzger, who lives one house down and behind the subject property, and there's a yellow arrow pointing at that house. Planning Commission appeal hearing occurred on February 7th, 2023, and their decision was to deny the Metzger appeal, but they added 2 conditions in response to Metzger's last-minute list of 5 changes to the project. The first condition added by Planning Commission was to change the color or materials on the garage level, and the second was to push back the roof line 8 feet, leaving a 4-foot overhang. The images on the right show, the top image is the way the house, the exterior elevation of the house from the south, showing the full roof line, which is a mansard roof, which generally covers the full outline of the house. And the bottom one is my rudimentary alteration of the drawing to show what it would look like if it had a 4-foot overhang instead of covering the full balcony. As a result of the Planning Commission approval, the CDP permit was issued again with the added conditions on February 7th, 2023. February 16th, Tina Metzger filed an appeal of the Planning Commission decision. Her grounds for appeal were the belief that the project still does not meet the residential design guidelines. She'd like non-reflective solar panels on the flat portion of the roof, and she would like the sewer and the drainage easements to be shown on the plans. Metzger's requested relief or action is the project should comply with the residential design guidelines, a belief that the homes on the east side of Laurel have a different development standard than all the other homes in the neighborhood, and the project should be only 25 feet in height at the front of the site, not in accordance with city standards. Staff response to the Metzger appeal is the proposed home is not out of scale with the surrounding homes. In fact, it's on a smaller footprint than many adjacent homes and meets the same height criteria and development standards as the other homes in the neighborhood were required to meet. If there was a city standard for the tallest side of any home, the homes behind the subject property, which have heights from roof to ground measurements ranging from 32 to 37 feet in height, clearly exceed what Metzger is asking to be applied to this home. In the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant offered to put the solar panels on the flat portion of the roof, and the Planning Commission felt that the solar panels should be placed on the most productive portion of the roof to meet the state requirements. Current panels are non-glare and non-reflective. Finally, planning or Public Works confirmed that the sewer easement from the subdivision is on the property to the east of the subject property, and there is no stormwater easement, but there is a historic stormwater drainage path that's been considered in the plans, and the project is conditioned to meet those standards created by Public Works. The applicant, Mr. Murphy, filed an appeal on February 17, 2023 of the Planning Commission decision. His grounds for appeal are he was not provided with a 5-minute closing statement that was committed to him at the beginning of the hearing, and that Planning Commission created conditions that redesigned his home without consideration of the intentional functional design to provide protection from the sun for his disability, which is skin cancer. Mr. Murphy requested the following for relief or action, and that's the project should be approved as originally permitted without modifications in order to accommodate specific necessary design features that provide a more livable environment that will accommodate his disabilities well into the future. Staff response to the Murphy appeal. Murphy was not provided the opportunity to comment on the Planning Commission proposed changes to his design, nor was he offered the chance to provide a closing comment. And the project as originally designed, like many approved modern homes, has a larger roof overhang in the front. Below the roof overhang, the home has step back levels, 6 feet on the first living level and 12-foot setback on the top floor. And it's been accepted in planning practice that generally a 2-foot step back in each level of a home is in compliance with the intent of the residential design guidelines. Additionally, the new zoning code requires only a 3-foot step back for 60% of the front face of the building. This home was designed specifically and intentionally to provide balconies on the west side to shield the occupant from sun exposure, but still allow for views and use of the outdoor space. Mr. Murphy provided some additional information. He provided a higher quality photo simulation. His belief was that the photo simulation in the bottom left was probably inadequate to really show the step back features of the home, and so the larger image on the right is the revised version. And he also changed the exterior color to be more compatible with the surrounding homes. Residential design purpose, and the image here is not the subject property, but this is a recently approved new home on Laurel, a few doors down from the subject property. And because the design is very similar to the subject property, I thought it was a good illustration for the design guideline purposes, which the policies are not meant to discourage innovative designs nor encourage any specific style or design concept. The current trends are towards objective design standards to avoid subjective opinions and facilitate certainty for new projects. And as you can see from this image, it also has a modern roof and a large overhang over an upper level deck. This is also another group of images of homes in the neighborhood, and the top left is the subject property, and you can see homes that were built in different decades were not subject to the residential design guidelines. Those came into effect in 2015. And private views. So the city does not protect private views, and you can see all of the homes that built up around this little home, and now they would like to build their home, and they designed one that met the zoning standards and the development standards. And that is the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. We're going to go to council questions. I have one real quick question. I will turn it over to the rest of you. The example you just gave us of the house on Laurel, do you know what the roof overhang is on that?
No.
Okay.
I would say it's 8 or more, but I don't have that data.
Thank you. With that, I will start down here on my right. Councilmember Barton, questions? Staff?
This is a kind of a, it's an interesting project, an interesting presentation. It's difficult to just pick out, oh, this is the one right answer. And so I think I'm going to listen to some more conversation.
Reserve your questions. Councilmember Landrum.
I'm going to do the same. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Okay, my question is regarding the sewer drainage. Let me say it again. The sewer and drainage easements. I listened to what the response was from staff, and I'm just wondering if you could just expand on that a little bit more, due to the concern from the neighbors behind and concern that that water, if it's not properly drained, it will build up and cause issues. So if you could.
So the property currently has an 8-inch retaining wall. It's a stem wall, a few feet from the property line, and I think that's what one of the correspondents was referring to behind. So it's been in existence probably for 70 years. That wall is being removed, and another wall is being built on the 5-foot setback, 5 or 6 feet setback at the base of the home to protect the foundation. And the design of the new wall is to redirect water to the south and then to the street. So I think the concern of the neighbor is generally stormwater doesn't go uphill, although if it's delayed, then it could certainly create a groundwater issue. But the design has considered that, and Public Works is working on that, and there are conditions that they have to address during the building permit phase.
Okay. That was one of my main questions, and I would like to listen to more from the appellants before I ask any other questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Edwards.
Yeah, I'd actually like to listen because she took my question.
I'm going to ask real quick. You did, I was listening, it was a lot. The easement for the sewer, it's on the property. It's
Sanitary sewer easement is along the property behind this property. So Public Works pulled the as-built drawings, and it's clearly within their property line.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from?
The property behind it.
That's correct.
Right.
There is no sanitary sewer easement, or there is no drainage sewer easement. There are no easements on the subject property.
So if there's a problem, they have to access it through the property behind. Is that what you're saying?
No, they're tying into the sewer in Laurel. The sewer behind the subject property must be for those homes on the west side of Nutmeg.
Okay, and they're all, there would be no involvement with that property if the line failed for any reason or anything like that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
Thank you. With that, this is a public hearing. I'm going to invite both appellants. We'll start with Ms. Metzger, and you'll have 5 minutes, and then we'll have Mr. Murphy after that. Thank you.
So I can start right here, and you can, cardboard around it is the lot size, so it's accurate.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and staff. I'm Tina Metzger, the appellant. I'm here representing the neighbors on the list of supporters of my appeal that I included in my formal appeal submittal. I want to make sure that I get everything in. The most important things are the sewer and drainage easement is in the deed of the property behind the applicant. And so that's probably something that will have to be discussed later. The project drawings, I talked with the applicant and told him that, or asked him if it would be all right if the solar panels, instead of the black panels that you see on the mansard roof, which face my property and everyone to the south of me, they can see those, if they could possibly be on the ground level on racks along the south wall. And he was okay with that, and so I want that in the record. There's no problem with them down there. There's a side yard that's, I looked at all the photographs, and there's plenty of sunlight in midwinter, so there shouldn't be a problem with them there. Anyway, at the February 7th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission placed minor added conditions of approval, which are an improvement to the project, but the overall project has not changed and continues to be vastly counter to the intent, spirit, and language of the Morro Bay Residential Design Guidelines, most particularly design guidelines for scale and mass, surface articulation, architectural elements, and compatibility with the immediate neighborhood. So the submittal for my appeal was pretty thorough, and hopefully you all had a chance to read it. And you, of course, saw all the backyards up and down Laurel, between Laurel and Nutmeg. So hopefully you take that into account. They're usable backyards. And in your packet, it might have been the submittal to the Planning Commission, but I also have this example of the 25-foot height limit that's very well done, and it's a 3-story building, and it's just 2 doors down from the applicant, and it's very well designed. Handsome roof line, ins and outs, the architecture is beautiful, and yet there's 3 stories to this, and you would not really even know it from the street. So it's very well designed. It's at 2410 Laurel Avenue. And there's just a bunch of pictures here. I can leave those with you. Excuse me. One thing I want to clear up, in the conclusion on page 6 of the staff report, it states, quote, "The Metzger appeal appears to be based on a concern that she will lose some of her view of the ocean and coastline." And if our neighborhood were 30 miles inland, I assure you my neighbors and I would be appealing this project. So I want to make that clear. And then it also states on page 6 in the conclusion that the applicant has voluntarily taken many measures to try to provide Metzger with information to better inform her of the actual height and location of the proposed home. The applicant did have a video, drone video, but it didn't have any documentation. It was dark that evening, and the video's dark, and it wasn't helpful at all. It just showed the drone flying around my property. And then also there were story poles, 3 of them that the applicant put on his property, but they weren't done by a professional. He measured the poles and inserted 3 poles at the back of the property, but he was unable to tell me where the front of the property corners were going to be. So there you go, 5 minutes already.
Thank you, Ms. Metzger. I'm sure we'll have questions, so don't go far.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Murphy, I'd like to invite you up. Thank you, sir. And you'll also have 5 minutes.
Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me see here, I'm going to get figured out here, okay. Okay. Hello, I'm Michael Murphy. I'm going to read this so it goes quick and fast, so we'll make it happen real quick. Hello, my name is Michael Murphy. I'm here to discuss the 8-foot of patio roof line, which the Planning Commission voted to remove. This is the rendition that went before the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, it was not a 3D depiction and therefore did not accurately show the 6-foot step back above the garage and the 12-foot step back on the upper floor. On February 7th, 2023, it was established by the Building Department and the Planning Commission that this proposed house met all required building codes. What was brought into question was neighborhood compatibility. During the meeting, I felt there was a lot of people very upset that this was an industrial-looking structure. Therefore, I hired an architectural designer to help soften the house in order to better align with the existing neighborhood. I've changed the color scheme and brought forth a 3D rendition. What came under fire on February 7th was the patio cover on the top floor. All throughout Morro Bay, there are many homes with expansive patio coverings and decks. As stated in the Planning Commission meeting, the relative neighborhood is important in neighborhood compatibility, that being the neighbors immediate around you. This photo shows the neighbors next door to me and behind my existing home. You can see the deck coverings that are larger than what I'm requesting. The patio cover on my existing home is exactly 12 feet. That is what I designed into the new proposed structure. I'm not asking for anything more than I already have. I've been dealing with skin cancer since 2011. This is documentation of workman comp and a letter from my skin cancer doctor. The letter states strict sun protection and seek shade whenever possible. I try to get indoors before 11 o'clock. The roof line designed in this, the roof line design is consistent with all Morro Bay development codes and regulations. There is no objective provision in the code or regulations that support removal of this patio roof line. The home meets all legal buildable parameters set by the city, and I respectfully ask the City Council to uphold the Planning Department's original permit approval for this project. That includes the original architecturally and engineered roof line. Without this roof line, the patio becomes unusable space because of my skin cancer and sun restrictions. This is a storyboard, actually larger, but there's no point in bringing it up here, of the house with the verbiage explaining what I have, and almost all of my immediate neighbors, as the Planning Commission defined it, that want this place being built, and you have it in your packet. I would like to thank the City Council for your time tonight, and especially, and most importantly, the Building Department for their patience in help in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. With that, I'm going to invite public comment for this item. And I have one speaker slip to start with, Mr. Simons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Terry Simons of Morro Bay. As you probably have heard me say many times, I'm very concerned about the design approach in our community and the quality of the buildings that we're getting. I'm similarly concerned about the lack of a design review committee. I served on one in San Luis Obispo for 8 years, and so I'm very acutely aware of the problems between objective standards and subjective standards. In this particular instance, the appeal that I've looked at is based primarily on an antiquated design review guideline, which has not been incorporated into city ordinance or into the general plan or the zoning code. It was simply guidelines, and I'm not even sure where they came from, because most of the photographs in the guidelines aren't even of local buildings, but that is neither here nor there. What I believe we need going forward, and we're going to need it particularly in the downtown, but this is a good example of the challenges that you have when you have neighbors and or community members that are subjectively opposed to a project that otherwise meets the standards of the community development department that they're required to go through. This was a common problem in the 80s when I served on the San Luis ARC, and we dealt with it every week. And it takes a special kind of group to work with applicants and appellants to move through the issues that are fundamentally subjective, that are not covered by ordinance, that are not covered by regulations, that are not covered by building codes, but basically just speak to the instinctive needs of both sides to appeal or support their projects. And I think this would be a classic example where if we had had an opportunity for this project to be reviewed by the Design Review Committee, the Planning Commission did a fine job of trying to wrestle with this problem, but that's fundamentally not their charge. It's not what they do regularly, and it's not really what they're expected to do. Similarly, this council is really not a Design Review Committee. I don't know the backgrounds of all of the members of this, but it's a very, very subjective kind of approach. The Community Development Department's hands were tied, basically. They held a administrative hearing. I don't know who, if anybody, showed up for it. There's no record that I could find of it. And the Planning Commission became the next level of appeal. But unfortunately, I don't think that the project was well heard by the Planning Commission because they basically applied conditions that were outside the scope of their authority and the city's ordinances and regulations. So there you are. One more pitch for a Design Review Committee. Thank you.
Betty Winholtz. I appreciate everything that Mr. Simons has said. It's difficult. We, for a long time, and I would say at least 15 years, have tried, we the people, have tried to get City Council to look at actually a viewshed ordinance, and that's something where we're building taller and where we're building closer together, that's going to be more and more of a conflict, but from neighbor to neighbor. And I don't think we need to build in conflict with neighbors. And certainly it's not the city's job to arbitrate between neighbors, but we could prevent a lot of infighting if we had some more cogent rules that other coastal communities have where they do protect viewshed ordinances, and that could be something that maybe we need to put on our goal setting. I hope that you will hear what Ms. Metzger said about Mr. Murphy saying that he was willing to move the solar panels, and that you ask him whether or not that's still true and if he's willing to put it in his conditions of approval. I think also that it was real important to address the drainage in light of what happened down on Elena and is still going on down at Elena, that really needs to be documented to make sure that houses aren't undermined. And that, what would be the third thing? That certainly that the house was set back in the wedding cake fashion, which is what we've adopted in Morro Bay. But if the roof line stays even with the front, it doesn't look like anything is set back, as Mr. Murphy said, and that's I would assume why the planning commission set back the roof line so it goes with the house, with the setback. And maybe it doesn't need to be as far back as it is, but there certainly should be some kind of setback to honor our guidelines that ask for that. Good luck.
Anyone else for public comment?
Ron Smith, 2399 Nutmeg Avenue, and I welcome Mr. Murphy to the neighborhood. I look forward to his project. My concern is not with the size in the sense of the square footage of the project, it's with the bulk of it. And I think you've had some comments about the 4 sides being very vertical. I commend the Planning Commission for setting the front back, staggering, both the second and the roof line. I think that's what the design principles had in mind. If you look at the examples that the staff has provided you, the roofs are up, or the stories are set back, also front and I wish it would gone a little bit further with the planning commission was to also look at the side, stepping back a little bit on one side or something like that, just so you don't have that massive 4 vertical walls going up. And when you see from the front, at most you can see it 2 at once. So, if you're looking at any future design changes, looking at both at the front and the back. Now, the one example that the staff showed on Laura with the large, I think it was an 8-foot overhang. If you look at the roof, it looks very thin, a small roof overhang. The Mansfield roof is, I believe, 2 to 3 feet high, so there's a lot of bulk to that. So that's really a difference that I see in the examples that staff has provided versus what the applicant is trying to build. So again, it's just, I know it's going to be a discussion among the city council, but looking at how to make it incorporated into the style of the houses that are around the applicant house. So thank you, and good luck with your decision.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this item?
Thank you. And my name's Kimberly Conforti, and I'm a small business owner here in Morro Bay. And Michael Murphy is a good friend of mine, and I've known him for almost 10 years, and I'm just here to be a character witness for this gentleman. He has, like I said, I've known him for almost 10 years. He was one of the first people that I met when I moved back home to Morro Bay. I can't say enough about him. He's always been there for me. He's helped me with the remodeling of my new studio back in 2016 without any hesitation. He gave his time and knowledge freely. He has always been there for our community. He's helped feed people, build things, and most of all, he's just been there to support us all. I believe that he's also a retired firefighter from Bakersfield, and he has spent his whole life taking care of people. And all we're asking is that you guys consider that he can retire in a nice place. He's earned it. It's for his health. And I've got many letters here that I've emailed you people with regarding his character and how much he's helped our community. And thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this item? AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. We do not have any raised hands in the queue right now.
Okay, with that, I am going to close this public hearing and bring it back to council. Questions of staff before we go to comments? Questions, comments? Want to start? Councilmember Wertz?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions, and just to clarify, I guess, Mr. Murphy's standpoint on the solar panels. He had offered to have them placed somewhere else. Would that?
I mean, I would suggest you direct that to Mr. Murphy.
Okay.
Not right now.
Not right now, then. Okay.
Close public comment. Do you wanna-
Maybe I should have asked placement of panels as far as the California regulation. That's more I was curious about.
There are limitations to the requirements that we can place on them, but if Mr. Murphy agreed to, place them in the middle of the roof, say, or on the ground, although I'm not sure how the ground would work, but then that would be fine. But otherwise, we're kind of obligated to allow them to be placed consistent with state law.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Ford, questions?
I have a question for staff. When it comes to neighborhood compatibility, do we look at backyards? Is that part of that, or is it only the front and overall? Like, could you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, we look at setbacks. So there's a front, there's a rear, and there's side setbacks. And so the within the setbacks, they can build the house. There's also lot coverage setbacks and height restrictions. And so in this neighborhood, there are several houses along the same street as Murphy's proposed house that have a 5-foot setback. That is the setback, they meet the requirement. And if you've seen the photos of the homes behind this row of homes, it's probably not a great place to spend time in your backyard because you've got people on balconies all around you looking down. So I think most of the homes there, their focus is towards the west, which is why they have the balconies, why the homes along Laurel have more front yard space and balcony space. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Barton, questions?
I wanted to ask again about what our options are for action on this, what staff is recommending, and
Councilmember Barton, that's a good question. So the staff recommendation is to support the Planning Commission's decision on the project. So that's the staff recommendation. Certainly there are other options that you see in the staff report as well, and that would be to support either one of the appellants in their cases. And the council has, the ability to meet things in the middle on either side of that, right? Mm-hmm. You could go through and grant some of the requests from the Metzger side. You could make changes to the roof extension, in favor of what Mr. Murphy's requesting, meaning maybe lengthen or put it back the way he's requesting it. So you have those options in front of you. Largely, if you start making some of those changes, we'll probably have to come back with a resolution to reflect that. But we certainly would be happy to do that if that's something the council's interested in.
thank you.
Councilmember Landrum?
So the recommended staff report, that is with the setback roof line, the wedding cake design matching one, or is it the one like this?
I think none of the designs are like that, but it's with the Planning Commission condition to move the upper roof line back 8 feet. So it's a 12-foot roof line to completely cover the balcony, and they've moved it back 8 feet, leaving only a 4-foot overhang.
Okay. I have a comment that I think that everything okay?
I'm sorry, I was just wondering if maybe it would be possible to bring the rendering up, Nancy? Is that something?
On the screen.
So Dana could bring the presentation.
Oh, sorry,
up.
yeah. There was, I think a diagram showing that within the.
Right. I just got confused.
No, I
over-
think it'd be good to
over
see
which
it. I
was
was gonna
the
ask as well.
Final decision.
Yes, thank you.
So what you're looking at, is what the applicant proposed and what he's requesting here this evening as part of the appeal on the upper cross-section side elevation. And the lower side elevation was our attempt to kind of show you what it would look like if it were reduced back to 4 feet from 12. Does that make sense?
Which is what the Planning Commission recommended.
Correct.
Okay. And yeah, to carry on with what I was saying, I think this is a really good indicator that we do need to have a private view shed ordinance, and think about doing that, because I feel for all these people. I mean, that really is, it seems like there's a smart way that everyone could win in these kinds of situations. And I think having that would take us a long way there.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you to those who spoke, wishing us luck. It is very difficult because certainly there's representation from both sides of this project, and it's unfortunate that it's come before us and wasn't able to find its way to some compromise. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm an advocate for property rights. We've worked for a lot of years with trying to do the view shed things that step the houses up so that we can do that, because those views aren't protected other than in public right-of-ways. So a couple questions I have. I looked at watching the Planning Commission meeting back a couple times, and then on the planning conditions, there was discussion on the solar panels going on the roof. And I saw in one of the information pieces that we received from Mr. Murphy that if the panels exceeded the number for the side, he would put them on the roof. So there's nothing that opposes, restricts us from requesting them to be on the roof, solar-wise?
I don't think so. The Planning Commission was hesitant to do that because there's a production requirement with the state requirement for solar on new homes. And until they have someone come out and look at the proposed design, they would determine how many panels and most productive area. I would think mounted on the ground would not be very productive with the height of the homes around it.
Okay. And then the neighborhood compatibility, the design guidelines, is there how far out does that go from the location of that house that it's to be compatible per se?
It's a 500-foot radius, which is the same radius that we do public notice for this item. And it extends further, well, county land is to the east, so it extends further. I don't have an image of that. It's 500 feet around the property, so it goes up further on Nutmeg and Laurel, and then down to the street below Laurel.
It's a roughly circular radius that goes out 500 feet.
So were the pictures you showed us of those houses, were they within that 500?
They were actually pretty close, within a block of this home.
Okay. And you did say that the easements for the sewer are on the adjacent property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's no issue with this project and access to those
No.
easements? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood all that. Yes?
So with that, I am kind of reminded of the Elena Street issue, and it wasn't the sewer line that was on the property didn't affect the people's property that the sewer line was on didn't affect, well, it affected their house too, but it affected the house above it, that it wasn't really on that property. It undermined that foundation, or it looked like it was undermining that foundation. So I just really want to make sure that we're not creating another situation like that.
It's an existing sewer line that serves
it's in
the
good
houses
condition?
behind the subject home.
We don't know what the condition of the sewer line is. It's on private property. It's not, it's not.
Oh, it's not the city's easement for the sewer line?
I don't know if it's a city's easement or not. I don't
It's
recall.
the original subdivision easement.
Oh, okay. Again, it's not on the subject property, and the subject, property is being designed to, address, they're going to have retaining walls and things like that that'll address the slope. There's conditions that they have a soil report, that you would have. As far as the drainage, same situation. There's We have 2 public works conditions related to stormwater management on the site. The applicant knows that water comes down through that area. He lives there now. The owner.
Right.
So he's aware of it. He's designed the home to accommodate that. His engineer is aware of it. And then we have conditions to make sure that not only are they aware of it, but that they address it in their project design. So from a city standpoint, I'm comfortable with it. The Public Works Department is comfortable with it. Our engineering division is comfortable with the conditions that are on it.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question. There was also, with the Planning Commission conditions, there was, number 2 was surface articulation. Was there an issue with the applicant, with Mr. Murphy adhering to that, or was that?
Well, he never had a chance to comment in the Planning Commission hearing, and that is one of the grounds of appeal. He'd like the original approval reinstated with the full roof line, because the reason it was built that way was to accommodate his disability.
No, I'm talking about the number 2, surface articulation, with the direct a change of color or materials for the lower level of the proposed home to meet residential design guidelines.
Oh, he did not object to a change in material or colors for the garage level.
Thanks. No, I
Sorry.
knew on the road. Thank you. Thanks. That's what we're here for.
I have a question for Scott. Kind of humor me here. When we say that a plan has fulfilled its objective criteria, we can look at these projects from a very objective, which is what the guidelines are, right, and a subjective way. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, could you put that in simple terms for me?
So objective standards are the setbacks, right? You have a 5-foot side yard setback, that's objective, it's straightforward, everybody knows what it means. These other things talk about, and so portions of our design guidelines are also objective. They talk about stepping it back on the upper floors. But then it gets into the reason you're doing that is to alleviate issues related to scale and bulk and those types of things, and what that means to people can be different things. So when you start talking about those things, those can be subjective, meaning different people can review it and have different opinions about it. That's not uncommon. You will see our normal permitting processes for like coastal development permits and conditional use permits are called discretionary permits. That's because we have the ability to provide discretion, meaning we can review the permits. We review the objective development standards, the setbacks, the heights, those things, make sure it complies with that. And then we move over, and we have design review requirements actually in our new code. And it depends on who's doing it. It's either staff or the Planning Commission that does it, but it has that process that we have to go through for many of our permit types moving forward into our new zoning code.
So having heard that, for all intensive purposes, this project has fulfilled those objective criteria.
It meets all of the setback requirements. It's actually not even built to it's not even designed to the minimum setbacks. It has greater side setbacks on both sides. Minimums are 5. It's 11 on the south side and 7, I believe, on the north side. So they're exceeding them in some ways. Meaning they're not filled out to the maximum footprints. So yeah. And for when it comes to the issue that related to the design guidelines, the Planning Commission did talk about scale and bulk, and leading into the condition that was added to limit the roof overhang of the upper floor deck, and that's when they had discussion about the individual scale and bulk issues. A couple of them had concerns about that, and the chair of the Planning Commission, Mr. Roshan, he's the one that came up with the solution to reduce it by 8 feet, so down to 4, to address the issues that were being raised by other commissioners.
It sounds like the Planning Commission was trying to meet in the middle here by making those conditions. Thank you.
I'd like to ask 2 more questions too, please. Are there other houses within that radius or within the block up or down that have similar roofs, that mansard roof?
Yes, there's 2 or 3 within the 500-foot radius. And some of those are much closer.
Thank you. And then just for throwing it out to make it more convoluted, I know we have the options to make different conditions. So we could look at a compromise of those two with the different roof, like 8 feet or something, splitting it, and just asking, we can have that as an option if council chooses.
Yes, you could
Okay.
make that, you could
Okay.
make that the decision, yes.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is there any code preventing a person from putting up an awning on their roof line, or?
I mean, permanently, depending what you mean by an awning, temporary, not really. It's kind of like an umbrella. There's no code that relates to an umbrella. If it were like a permanent awning that were out there, then you run into issues depending on where you're putting it about how far it can extend into a setback and things like that.
But there's umbrellas and awnings and things are ways to mitigate the exposure to the sun.
Correct. Yeah. Well, yes.
Mhm.
Of course.
Okay, thanks.
Any more questions from council? I will turn it over to comments. Does somebody want to volunteer to start? Look to my left, Councilmember Ford. Ex-planning commissioner. Hey, that's what we get the big bucks for.
Thank you, Mayor. This is really tough. I reading through, well, first of all, I watched the Planning Commission meeting, the full Planning Commission meeting, paused, rewound, did a lot of that, and listened to both Mr. Murphy and Ms. Metzger's, their sides of the story, essentially, listening to public comment, listening to the planning commissioners, listening to staff, reading through all the appeals, all the letters that have been written, both for Mr. Murphy and on his side, and then also letters from the other side. There was definitely there's a lot to look through, and I get what Councilmember Edwards is getting at is objectivity versus subjectivity, and I mean, purely, if I'm going off of the standards that are, everything's to code, everything's within the realms that it has to be built, then it's a no-brainer. It's like, okay, let's go with it. But we do have, I sat here and I always promise when something like this comes across that I look at all sides of things and I truly do consider why it is that person came to whatever entity, whether it be planning commission or city council, why they came there. And obviously in Ms. Metzger's case, as well as her neighbors, they will be losing part of their precious view of the ocean. And so I understand also the design of the building could be concerning. So I wanted to make sure that I looked through everything to essentially make sure that whatever decision we make tonight, that it's that it's the best that we possibly can make, given what we're given, is a long way of getting at that, and that I don't think anything that we come up with tonight is going to make everyone happy, no matter which way we go, no matter what we do. We're going to have some very upset people, and that is heart crushing. Like, that crushes my heart that we can't make everyone happy. And so for me, one of my main concerns was the drainage. It sounds like Public Works and Planning has full confidence that we are not going to have another Elena fiasco between the sewer and the water drainage, that there will be adequate drainage required. That was one of my main concerns. Another is that our hands are kind of tied when it comes to solar, because I know that was a big concern. So solar, state, the state is saying that he has to have it, and it has to be utilized the best that it can be. So it sounded to me like Mr. Murphy is willing to move it if possible, but I think that's to be determined. So I don't think we can condition that. As far as the roof line, this is to me the hardest part of this entire appeals process. I have to be sympathetic to Mr. Murphy's skin condition that he has brought forward. He even brought proof that he has this condition. And honestly, he could have just said he has it. He didn't even have to prove it, but he did. And we have to be aware of that and his rights to accommodate for his own condition. So I am a little. I know that he did say in the Planning Commission meeting that that it would not hinder, like that Ms. Metzger would still have a view, and I don't know how to. I don't know that it was proved, because according to the Ms. Metzger, the what do they call, the story poles were not all the way where that property line would end. And I don't know I guess that's a question I should have asked staff is, do you know if those story poles? Is that the name of it? If they were put all the way forward so they could see where the very front of that roof line would be?
I don't know the exact location of where Mr. Murphy put the story poles. We did do an evaluation of it solely for the reason that we don't protect private views.
Right.
There was no utility in it from our standpoint.
Okay.
And he was really doing that, in my take, and actually talking to him about it was to show Ms. Metzger, what the impacts would be.
Okay.
And from areas where he knew the elevations on his site because they had topo done.
Okay.
So I had survey information, in other words.
Okay.
So other than that, I can't speak to it.
Okay. I do appreciate the effort that Mr. Murphy did put into that, though, to attempt to kind of give his neighbors an idea of what that was going to look like. I'm probably going to say something very unpopular, but I think that we need to consider his rights and consider. Okay, I have two options here. One is that we go with the original plan for the roof line, or number two, we suggest it's something in the middle, as you had said, Mayor, and then I think that the appellant would deserve the right to respond to that if that's allowed. I don't know, and we'd have to reopen. But he didn't get a chance to respond the first time in Planning Commission to a condition made. So I feel like tonight, if we do put any conditions that are different than what he's asking for, that we should give him the opportunity to respond to that, if that's allowable. And then lastly, I think the last thing was the exterior, the materials that you had brought up. If he doesn't have a problem with it, I would like to uphold that part of the Planning Commission's recommendation, because I think that would help with the boxiness of the building to give it some sort of design texture differences to help with that. So I guess that was a long-winded way, because I'm sorry, I'm processing as I talk. So I apologize, everyone. That's how my brain works. But I guess at the end of the day, I am fine with the recommendation from the Planning Commission, with the exception of the roof line on the top level. I'm not sure yet what my recommendation is, whether it be to keep it the way it was or to maybe offer, instead of coming in 8 feet, maybe we come in 4 feet to give it a little bit of a difference. And I don't know if that's the answer, but that's where I'm at.
Well, let's hear what the other council members want to add to that. Councilmember Edwards.
I just, excuse me, I just wanted to add some comments here. I'm still looking at this, that it meets residential guidelines on the objective criterion as mentioned. It seems like Mr. Murphy had tried to make allowances and adjustments to honor his neighbors' concerns. To include even the drone flight and the story poles and alternate materials and color that the Planning Commission made as a condition. I mean, even with the roof line setback and all, considering, as Councilmember Ford said, doing these, considering his neighbors, but also, recognizing his health as well. it's really unfortunate that we find ourselves here in a cross-appeal situation. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it with that right now.
Councilmember Barton?
I guess where I am on this is I would support the staff recommendation that the council deny both appeals and uphold the Planning Commission approval of the coastal development permit with the added conditions. And so it's one that it just keeps rolling around. And it's a hard one to decide which way to go, but that one seems like a logical solution to me.
Councilmember Landrum?
I think well, first of all, I don't think I'm qualified to make this decision. I'm going to just put that out there. And if I have to, I would agree with Councilmember Barton. I would go with the staff's recommendation.
Staff recommendation or
The
planning
Planning
commission?
Commission's recommendation.
Thank you. Finding your way to the yes. I agree with all the comments that all of you have shared, and I appreciate that Mr. Murphy's willing to agree to those changes already with the color and materials for the surface articulation, and that if possible, the first option I think that we would want to see would be to have the solar panels on the roof if that's option. Otherwise, understandable that they would be on the side. I don't know how they would work on the ground. And yeah, trying to meet in the middle, I guess I kind of lean towards Councilmember Ford a little bit with the 8 foot. You're still going to receive the shade that you need for the cover, but it's going to provide some articulation for the step back that's provided in the house itself. And so I'm just wondering if we can split the difference there and find something that would be acceptable for the applicant. It's his home, but it certainly would reduce the bulk and scale that has the look. So I'm not sure if someone has more questions, more comments, or wants to try and make a motion.
I have a question regarding that. Instead of coming back 8 feet, only going 4 feet, the question is for staff in order to try not to reopen this appeal, or the hearing. But I have a question for staff regarding if we were to meet in the middle, does that require a redesign of the whole? I mean, because I know that those poles were considered, remembering back to the Planning Commission, those poles are support poles, and this is really, sorry, this sounds horrible. And my understanding is removing or pushing back that roof line requires a redesign of that front and like the way it's supported and everything. So if you could explain to me what moving anything back from what the original plan was, what does that mean for our appellant in the redesign of that building?
My understanding from the Planning Commission is he would have to redesign the structural support because those posts that hold the roof up at the edge of the balcony go all the way to the ground, and so they're distributing the weight from 2 different levels above the garage. So is it possible? Probably. Is it more costly because you'd have to redesign structural? Yes.
I'm going to follow up on a question with that, Councilmember Ford. Then, so with the Planning Commission's recommendation, that would be to take it all the way back to 4 feet. He was already going to be conditioned to have to redesign all that based on that?
Yes, they discussed the posts and decided not to mess with the posts, but effectively they did. They eliminated the posts because the post can't stand out by itself when the roof line moved back 8 feet. So they didn't, they talked about it and said they didn't want to mess with the structural aspects of the home, but then they moved the roof back, which effectively eliminated the posts and the
I
structure.
wondered because I watched the meeting back too. I think we all did several times, but okay, so regardless, so unless it stays at 12 feet, 8 feet, 4 feet, whatever the adjustment is going to adjust the design
I would make a couple notes here.
Thank you.
So the applicant went, well beyond what you would typically need to do for a planning submittal. He had full engineered drawings done for his house. So, that's, people can do that, and that happens. Sometimes they do it. Sometimes they submit for planning and building permits at the same time, kind of at their own risk. This is along those lines. The fact that he would have to go, and have that area re-engineered is, part of the process. He didn't have an approval when he designed it structurally. I know he was trying to I know he's trying to do everything right. I've talked to Mr. Murphy a couple of times about this, and he was just trying to get everything done and correct and the way that he needed it to be, and to figure it all out so he understood costs and all those types of things. But really, normally what you're changing when that happens is architectural plans, and then you go get your structural plans done later when you're going to submit for a building permit, and he kind of did that like up front. So as far as the process goes, I don't know that I would be as concerned with that, because normally that level of detail has not been provided in a plan at this stage in the approval process.
Thank you, that helps. Would someone like to try and entertain a motion?
Excuse me, Mayor, if council is to propose the compromise of 8 foot, I'd suggest that maybe we take a break and Community Development Director could talk with the original applicant to see if he's agreeable to a compromise on the record or not for 8 foot.
Before we move forward?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we'll take a 3-minute recess. So what you hear our conversation is that we'd like to try and find a way to meet in the middle and uphold the original CDP with the condition that the roof would go back 4 feet to a minimum of 8 feet or more if you choose, but kind of trying to split it here and see if we can find a compromise.
Yeah, my understanding is that it'd be pulled back 8 feet. The only thing I didn't want to have to do was to redo all the engineering and architectural work. I have over $100,000 in this thing right now, and taking off more hurts, but I'm willing to accept that after speaking with Scott and the city attorney here. So we can pull back that roof line, and the option is to have it 8 feet or less, depending on what I can do without having to re-engineer the whole structure. And that will help with what I believe this is all about, is their view shed. And the back of the house is 17.5 feet high. So my belief was the whole freeway and on would be available to the people behind me. And I thought about that when I built this house and designed it. So wanted to build a house. So at any rate, I'll work with you on that, and that we can do that if, providing there's no more stipulations put upon me, and hopefully Ms. Metzger can agree to this, and we just move forward, and I can get some framers out there, you know?
Thank you. Is there any questions from council while he's up there?
Yeah, so just to get clarification, when you said 8 feet or less, and then Mayor, you said 4 foot
Taking it back 4 feet.
for at least,
The roof line will be 8 feet.
Correct.
The roof line will be 8 feet, or if he determines to take it back less, further, another foot or two, that will be at his discretion.
does that sound right?
That's what
that's
he
correct.
offered.
Okay, just want to make sure, okay. I don't have any further questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Ms. Metzger?
Well, I appreciate everyone trying. There are options. He can install one of those rollback awnings. They're amazing. And when he's out there, he can be protected, roll it back in when he goes back in the house. He'll be up higher than he is right now. I think he doesn't understand how windy it gets up at that height. Windy and cold. So he can use an awning when he wants to be out there and be shaded. It's an option. I think we need to think about that. But that view that he's cutting off with this big rectangular shoebox, you know, that's a lot. And this is a huge building. And it's just like all stucco. The reason why it's important to bring these down is they're reflecting these are ugly. I mean, this is huge in our view sheds. The people south, this is the south elevation. And it's perfectly reasonable to put the panels down here on the ground. They're not flat, they're on racks. People do this all the time in situations like ours. If you put the panels on top, then you've got the people over here that have problems with these, you know. So I think brainstorming what to do with these ugly panels is to put them down here. There's nothing going on in this area, and it's got sunshine year-round. I looked at photographs that I took in January, midwinter, and this wall just gets all the sunlight. This house over here is 1 story at this point. The sun hits this wall. So the panels here are hidden from just about everybody but me. But I'm looking up here. You see what I'm saying? So this is the best part for the panels. This is really important to everybody. This is a major thing to people south of the project. Everyone down the line can see this ugliness. The people north of the project. If you put them up here, that's not going to work either. That's super ugly. So this is the best place to hide them. Michael's okay with that. This part of the yard isn't being used. It's a side yard, and it's in sunshine year-round. So just wanted to make those 2 points. Yeah, I mean, we have awnings that go out. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
With that, I will close public hearing and bring it back to council. Any additional questions of staff or conversation?
Or question?
Comments, questions?
The placement of the solar panels is a decision that's made by the installer of.
So there's state law around the location of solar panels, and it limits the city's ability to dictate placement. So I mean, I don't imagine it would pass muster dictating that to be placed on the ground, because they're going to be more available from a solar standpoint on the roof. I don't see that as being a starter.
So who decides that? Is it the solar company that does that, or?
I mean, they would come up and design the plan, and we have limitations to where we can have them place them, and sometimes they're related to like structural issues or things like that. But really, they can place them anywhere where they get the best yield, and we don't really have much of an ability to dictate where they go, just because they've sort of removed that authority from local authority from our decision-making process.
Okay, thank you.
Ready for a motion? Oh. Okay. Well.
You got this.
I'm amenable to any friendly additions or whatever. So with that, I am going to make a recommendation. I'm going to make a motion that we uphold the original CDP issued by the city with 2 conditions. One that was from the Planning Commission on surface articulation with change of color and material on the lower levels, as they had stated. And 2, with the roof at 8 feet or less, if Mr. Murphy chooses to make it less. And I appreciate you very much, sir, working with us on that. Thank you for that. And with that, I will look for a second.
I will second that.
Thank you. And I will ask for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Murphy and Ms. Metzger and all the neighbors. Thank you, staff. Appreciate it. With that, we are going to move on to item C1. And I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Mr. Carpenter.
Mayor, members of council, 2 years ago or so, the city council felt that it was a priority to bring on board to represent the city federal and state lobbyists, the Townsend, the Ferguson Group, and Townsend Public Affairs. Townsend representing the city at the state level, and Ferguson representing the city at the federal level. And it's a good practice for the council to meet these folks at least once a year, and to hear what they're working on, and to give them direction or to prioritize what the city would like them to focus on. So we have via Zoom Mike Miller from Ferguson and Andres Ramirez from Townsend Public Affairs, and they're going to present what they've been working on and what they intend to work on going forward. We're going to start with Mike.
Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. Just double checking that you all can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Hi, Mr. Miller. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Miller. I've been a partner at the Ferguson Group for over 25 years, and we've had the pleasure of representing the city of Morro Bay at the federal level since 2017. And I want you to know I appreciate this opportunity to provide a brief overview of our work with the city. Before going further, I just want to say that it has been and remains a great pleasure working with Morro Bay's elected officials and your city staff members. I think that we've accomplished some good things together, and we're looking forward to continuing that work on behalf of the city here at the federal level. During our work on behalf of the city, we focused primarily on securing funding and then also favorable regulatory consideration for infrastructure projects primarily that are important to the city. The city, elected officials, and your staff, you have excellent relationships with your federal representatives, and I believe that the Ferguson Group and I've helped the city maintain those good working relationships and help focus attention on important matters that are within the jurisdiction of federal agencies and are eligible for federal funding. Just a few examples. We've worked with the city for a number of years on the water reclamation facility project. Early on, we facilitated discussions and negotiations with key US EPA officials and staff at critical points during the application process, as well as the administrative process after the grant had been approved, but the funding had not yet been secured through the WIFIA program. And we advised the city on securing important political support for the project all along the way. And this work continues as we're continuing to look to secure additional funding for the project by way of the EPA, the Bureau of Reclamation, and other federal funding sources. We've also helped the city identify the T-Pier project as a potential congressionally funded project. And late in 2022, $1.5 million was provided by way of the fiscal year 23 consolidated appropriations bill for this important project. And in particular, Congressman Carbajal and Senator Padilla were instrumental in securing those funds for the T-Pier project. And after discussions earlier this year with your congressional delegation, the city submitted a request again this year to secure additional funding for the T-Pier project through the same congressionally directed spending or community project funding opportunities, depending on whether you're talking about the House or the Senate opportunity. And we should know in the coming weeks whether we've made it over the first hurdle of the congressional funding process. And if we do, we'll continue pressing for full funding for the project as the appropriations process moves forward. And if Congress should decline to provide funding this year, we're already looking at pursuing funding from federal agencies, including but not limited to the U.S. Maritime Administration, with whom the mayor and staff met last month to talk about funding opportunities not only for the T-Pier but other opportunities generally at the port. We are continuing to work with the city on the offshore wind project. Going back several years ago, during the scoping of the call area, the Ferguson Group helped the city secure timely and important meetings with senior Department of Defense and also Department of Interior officials. And as the project has continued to evolve, we've continued to keeping the congressional staff members and your delegation informed regarding the process and city concerns with that project. And most recently, last month, we secured a meeting for the city with the new director of the Bureau of Offshore Energy Management, or BOEM, and her staff. That meeting provided an excellent opportunity, I think, for the city to learn more about the next steps of the process from the agency of jurisdiction, also helping, I think, the BOEM leadership understand the city's concerns and the questions that we have about the project moving forward. We also, and in fact, I almost forgot to mention this, surprisingly, how time flies. We informed and advised the city regarding fiscal relief that was part of the federal government's response to the COVID pandemic, including communications with the Department of Treasury and other agencies regarding the amount and uses, eligible uses of fiscal relief available to the city. And that has nearly wound down. There are still some things going on there, but that has come down a ways on the city's federal agenda at this point when compared to the others that I just discussed. We continue helping the city organize and update your federal agenda. And we have, we've been matching key infrastructure needs that the city has with potential funding sources. And we also have been helping, I think, the city identify and evaluate regulatory challenges and opportunities, as they come up, not only in the projects that I mentioned previously, but emerging issues as well. We have an excellent working relationship with Morro Bay's congressional delegation and work closely with congressional staff, both in Washington and also in the district offices in California, which sometimes is overlooked. And, I think that the city understands how important the local congressional staff is, not only on a day-to-day basis, but also making sure that Morro Bay's interests are communicated to Mr. Carvajal's, staff and also both Senate offices as well. And just by way of example, last week we facilitated a visit by two key staffers from Senator Padilla's DC office. That was his legislative director and his policy advisor, who expressed a strong interest in the city's perspective on offshore wind. And they've also expressed an interest in supporting the T-Pier project. One final note, as the congressional funding has evolved over the last 3 years, the congressionally directed spending, we've become more and more interested, and the city has been pretty active in securing grants and low interest loans. And we're going to continue to build on that for city infrastructure, move beyond the wharf and the pier. And in that regard, we'll be establishing a grants calendar. And we're also going to add a TFG. We have our own in-house grants team, and we'll be adding a liaison to our team so that our competitive grant and advocacy efforts are fully coordinated moving forward. I'm going to go ahead and stop there. And if you have any questions about what I've talked about or anything else that is of interest, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Questions from council?
Could you describe the in-house grant program a little more, please?
Sure. So right before, and I'm going to use a word that a lot of people don't anymore, earmarks, right before congressional earmarks were placed on a moratorium back in around 2010, we noticed that there was starting to be a trend towards more and more competitive grants being offered by agencies. And with the moratorium, virtually all grants of interest to state and local government were shifted down Pennsylvania Avenue from Capitol Hill to the agencies. And at that time, we made a commitment to developing a very strong, robust grants team that regularly evaluates grants that are announced and available to local governments like Morro Bay. And we don't just do grant tracking, though, grant finding. We regularly meet with agency officials and staff so that, and this is before the notice of funding opportunities or NOFOs come out, so that we know what the emphasis, areas of interest of those decision makers that sit on the grants panels that evaluate grant applications. We know what their interests are so that we can make sure that our project is going to be eligible for a grant, and B, it's going to be competitive. And we have full-time staff that works on that. We also offer additional grant consulting services. We review draft grants, provide comments, and make sure that when the city's ready to submit the grant, that there are no issues with submittal, the ministerial act, if you will, of submitting the grant. We also write grants where the burden of actually putting together that draft narrative and all the attachments is on us. And some of our clients prefer to do that themselves. And for those who either don't want to do it or don't have the capacity to do it, we backstop that with our grants writing team. And then after we write a grant application, if we're successful, we support the city in securing the grant, sort of what we did with the WIFIA and the WARF loan, and we're doing currently with the Bureau of Reclamation grant to make sure that the funds are released in a timely manner and on good terms. In addition to that situation, if we don't win the grant, then we do a debrief meeting with panelists that sat on the decision-making panels in the agencies. We find out, what happened, what was wrong with our application, how we can improve it, so we can make an educated decision as to whether we want to reapply for the grant or let that pass and move on. So that's a real brief, brief summary of our grants capacity at the Ferguson Group.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from council? So there's no questions right now, Mike. I want to thank you again. We didn't see you before we left Washington. I appreciate the relationship with Morro Bay, the doors that you were able to open for us and set the narrative to help us, as it was our first trip back there for Ted and Greg and myself. And in supporting Morro Bay and their goals, it is quite an experience, 9 meetings and a conference in 3 days. So kudos to you. You do it all the time. So thank you for your help in securing these grants and continued work for the city. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mary. It's my pleasure.
Thank you. And with that, I believe we're going to flip over to,
Andres Ramirez.
thank you, to Townsend.
Excellent. Well, thank you and good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, Mr. City Manager, and staff. Andres Ramirez with Townsend Public Affairs. Happy to be here this evening. And if I may, I actually wanted to pull up a PowerPoint presentation that we can walk through. So I am going to share my screen. I believe I have screen sharing abilities. And just let me know if that all looks all right. Is everybody able to see that?
Barely.
Excellent. Okay. So wanted to start out with a high-level overview of who we are, our company, Townsend Public Affairs. We were founded in 1998 by Christopher Townsend, and our mission is wholly to support organizations and improve their communities, specifically local public entities, such as cities like Morro Bay. We've represented a number of clients, again, mostly in the municipal sector, and we have worked to secure over $2.6 billion in public sector funding for our clients. And I want to iterate that, that amount of dollars accumulated over the years, that is not for things that are ministerial or programs that are already pre-allocated. These are all competitive programs, whether it's through the state budget process, through competitive grant applications. These are not things that are just handed down.
Andres? This is Greg. Sorry to interrupt. We can, your presentation's not coming through very clearly. We can put your PowerPoint up so that everyone can see what you're speaking to, but we'll lose your face for a little while.
That's fine.
Okay.
Whatever works best.
All right. So just tell us when to when to advance.
Excellent. I'm ready when you are.
Oh, much clearer.
Much better.
Okay. So are we on slide? There we go. There we go. All right, next slide, please. So we maintain a team of 15 registered lobbyists and grant writers, expertise coming from all sorts of different backgrounds, folks having worked in the state capitol for governor's administrations, within municipal government for legislators, and we maintain 5 offices to serve our municipal clients. Next slide. One of the things we like to call the TPA advantage, it's a 3-pronged thing. Attention of a small firm. So you've got really focused customer service. We want to make it clear that whenever it's, the elected officials at the city, city management, staff, department directors, whoever it may be, they have a question, you have our commitment to answer within the same day, if not, within an hour or so. We always like to make things like our cell phones available to everyone within the city organization, and making sure you're getting that feedback as soon as possible. Strength of a large firm, as I already mentioned, we have people coming from all sorts of different backgrounds, having worked in the legislature, for governors, in municipal government, and then commitment of the owner. So our owner, Christopher Townsend, he's really involved in maintaining a lot of those very high level relationships with folks in the administration, folks in the legislature, department heads, agency secretaries, to just really ensure we're having high quality customer service. Next slide, please. So we were able to have the pleasure of begin working with the city of Morro Bay towards the end of 2021 and mid-November 2021. Thus far, we've been able to work with the city collaboratively to secure $600,000 in state funds, working closely with city staff on a competitive grant application for the Coleman Park project. And that was a competitive application awarded through the Prop 68 Rural Rec and Tourism Grant. In addition to that, we have helped develop high-level and important relationships with some of the top water and energy executives in the state administration, as well as in the state legislature. So case example, at the water reclamation facility a few months ago, we were able to have a tour, rather I should say at the end of 2022, we were able to set up and facilitate a tour of the facility, not only with Senator Laird, but also with the State Water Resources Control Board Chair, Joaquin Esquivel. State Water Resources Control Board, of course, being the #1 and primary funding agency for water infrastructure projects in the state of California. And through that, we have continued to work collaboratively with the senator, of course, with city management and city staff, and the Water Resources Control Board on stepping towards an amendment to the existing SRF loan, and also seeing if there's an opportunity for us to get loan forgiveness in the amount of $10 million. So that is an effort that we have constantly been pursuing and are making traction on. Next slide, please. So a little bit more overview on what I'm going to talk about next, and I do want to be very respectful of time, so I'll try to go through these swiftly, but be comprehensive. I want to talk about it at a high level, a strategic action plan for state engagement, highlight a few pieces of priority legislation, and then, of course, answer any questions. Next slide. So state legislative overview. 2023 is the beginning of a 2-year legislative cycle in the state of California. Just this year, we had over 2,600 policy bills introduced in both the Senate and Assembly. So obviously there's a lot to process, a lot to go through, but one of the things that we do is identify and sort through that exhaustive list of policy bills and help explain these are the ones that are actually going to be relevant for the city of Morro Bay, for the community, for your constituents, and then we can kind of weed out all of those that are just noise and not really applicable to a community such as yours. Obviously, we have some deadlines coming up in June, at the beginning of June. That will be the deadline for legislation that needs to cross over from its house of origin into the second house. So Assembly bills will need to go into the Senate. Senate bills will need to go into the Assembly by then. And then June 15th will be the deadline for the state budget to be passed by the legislature. This is something, it's an important date, but this year's quite interesting because, as many of you know, tax returns at the state level have been postponed. So, folks won't have to file until October for most areas of the state. This is really going to mess with the state of California's fiscal projections. So what we will see in June is largely a shell budget, And the real budget, based on our conversations with budget committee staff and leadership in the legislature, is that we won't see an actual budget for the state of California with real substantive policies until early 2024, likely January. So what this means, most importantly, is that it is unlikely that any state policy bills with a significant fiscal implication will pass this year. And if they get to a certain point, as we saw last year, the governor may decide to veto them. And in a lot of his veto messages, what we saw was the funding for this program was not accounted for in the state budget, therefore we must veto this item. Next slide, please. So our action plan. And I know one of the things that the council plans to discuss in greater detail, and there was some community feedback on, is the priorities that council set during the goal planning session. So utilizing those priorities, especially once they are finalized, we'll be able to do two things. And there's kind of two routes to our strategic advocacy plan. One is tailored engagement on identified priority bills. As I mentioned, us figuring out what is actually applicable and important for the city of Morro Bay. And then at the will of council and with input from council and city management, and of course, department heads where feasible, actually responding to those pieces of legislation, whether that's taking a position of support, whether that might have to be opposing a measure or suggesting actual substantive amendments to a bill in order to tweak it, make it more palatable, make it workable for the city. And then on the other hand of things, tailored engagement on grants and budget funding. You know, despite the anticipated budget deficit at the state level this year, and then the entire issue with the tax filing deadline extension, we still have it on good authority that there will be a process for legislators submitting their state budget requests. Again, also called earmarks at the state level, which may be somewhat of an outdated term. However, both the Speaker's office, the Senate Pro Tem's office, and then as recently as 2 weeks ago, a conversation that I was privy to with Senate Budget Committee staff, all said, you know, while we don't know what the entire fiscal outlook will be for the state of California, it would be foolish to not put forward budget requests. So working with, you know, city management, we were able to identify a number of priority requests to put forward not only to Senator Laird, but also, of course, to Assembly Member Addis for consideration and submittal to the respective budget committees. And then another thing we continue to do is monthly and sometimes more frequently updates and notifications on grant funding opportunities. Part of what is in our contract as is present is grant writing services. You know, case in point, one of the grants we worked collaboratively with the city on to secure $600,000. But of course, as opportunities arise based on the city's priorities, we continue to flag those viable opportunities and work with city management and staff to go after them as directed. Next slide, please. So I wanted to touch on a couple pieces of priority legislation at a very high level. And then, of course, if there are questions that council has, I'm more than happy to address them afterwards, or if folks want more detail. But one is Assembly Bill 3, and I believe this might have been one that someone mentioned during public comment, but it's by Assembly Member Rick Chavez-Zabur, who is a new Assembly member out of the North Los Angeles area on offshore wind energy and reporting. And essentially this bill would require State Energy Resources Conservation and Development Commission in consultation with the State Lands Commission to develop a plan and strategy for seaport readiness that further analyzes the recommendations and alternatives in the strategic plan for offshore wind energy developments and additional potential alternatives. So this bill has been referred to the Assembly Natural Resources Committee. It has yet to receive a hearing date, and it is really at the call of the committee chair, as well as, you know, the call of the author to have that conversation with the committee chair for this bill to be heard. Next slide, please. Assembly Bill 344, this is a bill by Assembly Member Wood on electricity and load serving entities with regards to offshore wind facilities. Specifically, the bill would authorize electrical corporations, service providers, and CCAs, or community choice aggregators, to jointly enter into agreements to procure electricity generated from offshore wind. the author had a statement recently, which explained it pretty cut and dry, and that offshore wind presents an exciting opportunity for the state of California and other government entities that folks are going to have to be ready to meet head on. But the cost of developing this energy source is quite high. And while obviously there's a hope that cost of development reduces in the future, this bill, its purpose is to ensure that load-serving entities can actually afford to buy the power once it's developed. So as is written, AB 344 would support the offshore wind market by allowing those load-serving entities to enter into joint procurement agreements with one another for the purposes of buying that offshore wind energy. The bill already passed its first committee, and it's been referred to the Appropriations Committee for an evaluation on its fiscal impact. Next slide. And these are the last two I'll go into detail on, and the other ones we'll just breeze over. So Assembly Bill 80, I believe this was another one that was mentioned by Morro Bay's own Assembly Member Addis, would require the Ocean Protection Council to establish and oversee, in coordination with a number of other state agencies, a West Coast offshore wind science entity. So specifically, this bill would require appropriation from the legislature. There are some significant fiscal costs at the present, but of course, Assemblymember Addis is someone who, although new, is well respected in her party and in the legislature as a whole. So I know there's efforts to try to secure funding through the legislature. The purpose of this is to ensure comprehensive baseline monitoring of the ocean ecosystem, as well as targeted research and available information to use to inform the state and federal government of decisions about offshore wind. So just making sure things are done properly and there's a comprehensive process. Next slide. And then switching over to land use and housing development. This is a bill that many of you may have heard of already. It's a Senate bill by Senator Scott Wiener regarding land use. Essentially, what it would do is eliminate the existing 2026 sunset date associated with EPSB 35, essentially saying it would preempt local discretionary land use authority by making approvals of certain multifamily developments ministerial or by right under specified circumstances. So what this bill does is it eliminates the sunset on that bill. It also authorizes the bill to apply in the coastal zone, which is why this is especially relevant for Morro Bay. And then it subjects local governments to streamlining if they fail to adopt a compliant housing element as determined by the Department of Housing and Community Development. This bill did pass its first committee, not a surprise to anyone. The author of the bill is also the chair of the Senate Housing Committee. But the next committee it's up in is the Senate Governance and Finance Committee, which is largely a policy committee that has been responsive to local government concerns, as that is the purpose of its makeup. Next slide. These are just a couple of other bills, and I won't go through them, but flagging for potential monitoring. There's a bill by Assemblymember Friedman related to parking spaces and shared use with other land uses. A bill by Assemblymember David Alvarez regarding additional density bonuses for developments, and it specifically focuses in on coastal zone jurisdictions. And then another bill by Senator Wiener, which would essentially require a housing development to be used by right as long as it's approved by that institution on either a religious institution, land, or an institution of higher education. Next slide. And one more bill just related to Brown Act and open meeting requirements, AB 557 by Assemblymember Hart. There's a couple other bills related to Brown Act requirements, and these are, again, just based on the policy area, something we should monitor closely. Not saying, at the moment that it merits action, but it is something we want to keep track of. Next slide, and this will be my last slide. So one state measure, again, this is something that's making a lot of traction, and there's a lot of noise around it, is the California Business Roundtable's proposed ballot initiative, and it's called the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. They put forward this initiative and recently submitted over 1 million valid signatures. So the Secretary of State in California officially deemed it qualified for the 2024 ballot. And this is really significant, and it's going to have a lot of implications for not only the state government, regional government entities, but also local government entities and cities like yourselves. Just at a high level, some of the aspects, if this bill were to be, receive the votes required by the electorate in the 2024 ballot and pass, it would essentially require going forward voter approval of all new or increased state taxes. It raises the threshold for voter approval of local revenue measures proposed by initiative to 2/3. And it makes it easier to challenge any local revenue measure. There's a lot more into that. For example, another item is it retroactively cancels recently passed revenue measures. So effectively, this would mean that all local taxes or fees or exempt charges passed on or after January 1 of 2022 would be subject to reapproval within 12 months of the initiative's adoption into law. So, anything local, anything regional, any state taxes or fees that were charged and approved by the voters would be canceled out, and they'd have to revisit with all the new stringent requirements. Effectively, the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association and a number of other entities that are part of the Business Roundtable have put forward this measure and made it pretty clear that the purpose is to make it more difficult for governments and other local agencies, such as the state, to raise revenue by any means. So again, just something to flag. We wanted to make sure it was on your radar. And there's certainly going to be a lot of discussion and negotiation, not only at the state level, but at the regional and municipal level with the proponents of the measure. Next slide. So that concludes my report. Really appreciate your time and would be more than happy to answer any questions that any members of council have. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres. Any questions from council? No?
Hi, Andres. Could you give me an example of the last one?
For the proposed ballot measure?
Right, like what, can you just how would that, so I can understand it a little better?
Sure, and I think, it would likely be more appropriate for someone knowing the exact finances and proposals of the city or the region to be able to give an example. But I think one thing, folks could say is, for example, if a local jurisdiction or a county passed a measure and it was approved by the voters to raise a tax or increase a fee that would provide critical revenue for that local entity, and again, it's something that was approved by the voters, and folks know that it would actually go back into the community. If it was passed after January 1st of 2022. You would have to go back, revisit that entire process under much more stringent standards. And, there's a high probability that under the new standards, if this initiative on the ballot in 24 were to pass, that it would be, very, very difficult, if not impossible, to pass it again. So essentially, you may have an existing revenue stream or revenue source, and it could get stripped away. Okay. That's one example, but I don't think I'm doing it justice, and I think it would be more appropriate. I'm not sure if it's now or at a later date for folks in city administration to answer with some more specificity.
No, thank you. I think that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify that. And then also SB 35, that eliminates the Coastal Commission approval of things. Is that right?
Only for specific projects. So SB 35 is applicable when a number of specific things fall into place. Too many to list verbally, and I'm more than happy to provide a list of what they are to council and staff after this meeting. One of them being, if a city is not in compliance with its housing element, or it's not meeting certain development standards imposed by the state, that in addition to, there needs to be a specified number of affordable units, a specified number or percentage of market rate units, and a whole bunch of niche development standards, then and only then would ministerial approval under SB 35 be applicable. However, SB 35, as it's currently in law, those ministerial approval projects are not eligible in the coastal zone. So what this bill does, aside from just eliminating the sunset date of SB 35 statewide, it now says all those provisions that were applicable elsewhere would be applicable to cities in the coastal zone. So it's something that exists, stripping off the sunset date, and then now applying it effectively to all jurisdictions throughout the state. So it's not for any development whatsoever, but it's for developments that fall kind of within that category of SB 35 that would be granted ministerial approval.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions? And I would share that tonight, and I'm guessing then you and Mike must have both been watching the meeting earlier, we did pass a resolution that we will be sending to our legislatures at federal and state level, just reiterating some of the things you shared with us tonight, making sure that we're getting information and have an opportunity to stay ahead of what is going on with offshore wind at a federal and state level. So we appreciate anything you inform us and send our way so we can make sure our residents and council and everybody are apprised to what's coming.
Absolutely. Happy to do so. And yeah, really appreciate council's willingness to hear the presentation tonight and look forward to the continued great work and partnership with the city of Morro Bay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mike, are you still there?
Mayor, I am, yes.
I just wanted to thank you for, hope you're in California, not Washington.
This week in California, next week, DC. Congress
Oh,
is
there you
in
go.
recess.
Well, that's good. I know about that time change. Yeah, the same thing. We did do a resolution tonight and are going to be looking for sharing that, I'm sure, with your group also, that we just want to make sure we have an opportunity to be at the table as these things are moving quickly at federal and state level. And appreciate again. And thank you. We did take Senator Padilla's staffers out, and we gave them a little bit of a rough ride out in the bay, so they got to see firsthand how charming and quaint our waterfront is.
Excellent. Great
Yeah.
to hear.
I'm sure you'll hear about it from them for a while. It was
I might.
a little bit of white caps out there. So thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
With that, I will bring it back to staff. Mr. Carpenter, is there anything else to add before I open public comment?
No.
Thank you. With that, I will open public comment for item C1. Pardon? There are, yeah. Thank you, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Betty Winholtz, just want to point out the Washington DC lobbyists saying that they will do grant writing for us, which is one of your goals.
Thank you for that. AGP, is there anyone in the queue?
Hey, Mayor Wixom, there's nobody in the queue with their hands raised.
Thank you very much. With that, I will close public comment, bring it back to council, and I believe this is just a receive and file. Is that correct? Thank you. So with that, we will move on to item C2. And again, Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, Mayor, members of council, our strategic planning effort is marching forward. I know you know this, but for background purposes, on March 29th, we presented to council the results of the public survey, the information from the Chamber of Commerce and from your advisory boards. Using that information and working with our facilitator on April 5th, or last week, we conducted a workshop. At the workshop, you looked at the current goals, the goals that are in the current strategic plan. You received a really high-level financial forecast of the city's financial position over the next 10 years. And then you spent a lot of time working on getting consensus among council on the goals and objectives. and I'll go over those in a second. The next step was for staff and the facilitator to get together the next day and talk about action items. In other words, what specific actions, based on the financial situation, based on the direction from council and what we heard from the community, what specific things are we going to put into the strategic plan in order to accomplish the objectives and further the goals? A number of them have budget impacts, so we'll go over those tonight, but the reason I bring that up is we need some direction from council as to whether you agree with the action items so that we can build certain of these numbers into the budget that you'll see next month and into June. Just to go through the goals and objectives that were agreed upon for those that may be watching or listening. You decided to refocus from the previous strategic plan. You decided on 4 goal areas: public infrastructure, economic vitality, housing and homelessness response, and community engagement as the goals. And then objective areas under those goals for public infrastructure: assess and report on the state of the city's infrastructure, including streets, sewer lines, sidewalks, storm drains, and harbor infrastructure. Second objective was repair and update and enhance this building, the Veterans Hall, so it can continue to serve the community. And then finally, a very specific objective, a striping program to improve crosswalks, ADA parking, streets and curbs. Under economic vitality, the objective areas were grant writing, evaluating opportunities for city-owned property, and streamlining the permit process for residential and commercial construction. And then under housing and the homeless response, identify low-income housing opportunities, explore achievable options for unhoused residents, speed up processing of accessory dwelling unit permits to increase availability of affordable housing. And under community engagement, 3 objective areas. And remember, we're going to come back and show you specific action items for each of these objectives. For community engagement, the objective areas were build and strengthen your relationships with advisory boards, hold community workshops or study sessions for upcoming developments or major issues facing the city, and then finally, improving the city's website and social media presence. So the action items that staff and the facilitator are suggesting to implement the objectives, and the way this chart works, and it's a work in progress, and we're going to polish it up for sure, but there are new action items in the second column. There are carryover items in the third column that address these objectives and goals. And then finally, there's some notes. We talk about the areas, which departments are responsible. We've sort of rated the workload, prioritized the timing. That's the fiscal year. We've assigned preliminary cost estimates. In some cases, the cost estimates are staff time. In some cases, the cost estimates are allocations in the current budget year, so you won't be budgeting new dollars for those. And then where there are new dollars necessary, those numbers are reflected and will be part of our upcoming budget conversation. So just walking through the new action items under the goal of improving public infrastructure, there is a standards of cover public safety needs assessment that will be done. We are going to be looking at our rates and fees. As far as carryover items, in this year's budget, and a task for this year was a capital needs assessment. So that will further this goal, but the dollars have already been budgeted. And then completing the development impact fee study. There is additional funding that we're looking at in future years for the harbor. We are looking at, once we have a firm understanding of what our budget is looking like, we heard sort of loud and clear from council that our streets, roads, sidewalks are a major focus area. So we have a $1.5 million number there as a placeholder. We don't know quite what that number will be, but we will be coming back during the budget session with an option for the city to look at spending more than you would typically spend in a budget year for streets and road projects. Going further down the chart, this new action items, modernizing our public meetings, updating this building, the Veterans Hall, with new audiovisual equipment, trying to make it more like a permanent city council chambers with other interior renovations. We, the scope of that project can change. We have a placeholder range there of $150,000 to $500,000, depending on what we decide to do as a total cost, the total scope of work. Are we just doing the presentation equipment, or are we also doing more of a remodel to develop like a closed session meeting room, improving the functionality of the space? One thing that council may want to consider is forming an ad hoc committee of council members to help with staff and deciding on that scope of work and the actual design. Striping program is pretty straightforward, improving crosswalks, lane striping, sort of improving that functionality. We're estimating, and we'll be asking in the budget for an additional $40,000 in next year's budget for that. Storm response and future mitigation, this is where we get into some more unknowns about what the actual work will be, but what we do know is as you heard during the city manager report from your public works director, we'll be looking for funding for both recovery efforts as well as future mitigation. And this also ties very much into that we're estimating that the total damage to city facilities may be in the neighborhood of $16 million. Part of those repairs, if we're able to add more money to the streets and road budget, those two items sort of go hand in hand. Under objective or goal area 2, economic vitality, new action items that we're looking at there. I think a workshop on sort of the ins and outs of asking for grants. It's not just a matter of writing the grant and then you're done. There's a whole administrative piece. We'll certainly look at the grant writing services offered by our lobbying firms, but there may be the need for more specialized or more focused grant writing. We had estimated as sort of a starting point potentially $100,000 for focused grant writing. If we are successful in the second year, we may need additional resources to actually administer the grants. We hopefully will need additional resources to administer the grants. As far as carryover items there from the previous strategic plan that will continue forward, pursuing additional grant opportunities for Coleman Beach. You've had some initial success there, as you heard, but there are more opportunities. Potential funding for updating the climate action plan and funding an update of the waterfront master plan, and then pursuing a, what is that, Department of Boating and Waterways? Is that DBW? Grant for boat ramp replacement. Continuing action items under this goal, process development applications. These, I think, are permit streamlining efforts. Implementing and looking at the city's, in detail, the city's property portfolio, making sure that we're using those properties to their fullest extent, potentially determining whether we can surplus any of those properties for economic development activities or for additional housing in the city. Looking at how to just overall best use and manage the city's property portfolio. The Market Plaza is an ongoing carryover item, so we're under negotiations there. So on to the next goal area. I'm sorry, we're still under economic vitality. Paid parking pilot program. So that was discussed as potentially both a parking management sort of tool, but potentially a revenue generating tool. And we'd agreed during the strategic planning workshop that we would bring that back to council. We have direction from the previous council, but we'd like to review that with you all and see if that direction stands or if we want to alter it in another way. And then ongoing efforts, the Vistra project is going through the process as we discussed, and then continuing to stay engaged in the offshore wind conversation. And now moving on to housing and homelessness, new action items, pursuing housing-related grant funding opportunities, identifying affordable housing incentive programs through your policies and zoning. There's a current application filed for the Seashell Estates property that could potentially bring additional housing and affordable housing to the city, and then continuing to work and participate in the county's 5-year housing and infrastructure plan. And then as far as carryover items, there still are several housing element programs that we've made a lot of progress in adopting some of them. Some of them are still in process. Let's see. We talked about the county's 5-year plan for homelessness. We were asked to continue to explore options for supporting services for the unhoused, as far as potentially an emergency warming shelter. There's interest in the development of a pallet home project in the city, and we would support that effort through the approval process. And then finally, streamlining the ADU process. I believe the standard plans are now available for people to use, but are there other opportunities to further streamline that process is something that we would be looking at. Under the community engagement goal, we spent a lot of time talking about how to better use your advisory bodies through workshops or through joint meetings with them. Having the advisory bodies potentially make a biannual or annual report to council on their accomplishments, but also on getting direction from council on what maybe areas they would suggest that they further work on or delve into. Clarification of roles, sort of what does staff do, what are the commissions responsible for, what does council want the commissions to be responsible for. I think that conversation would be part of, or maybe an agenda item during those joint meetings and biannual reports. Carryover items are, continuing to work with our partners, the Chamber and Visit Morro Bay, and ad hoc committees that the city has formed or would form. Also under new items, the Citizens Academy, the Community Academy, leveraging what we already do or potentially expanding on those efforts, increasing opportunities for community outreach and with things like study sessions or workshops out in the community, having more study sessions potentially at the city council level. Under social media, there are different levels of community engagement we can get involved in here that range from, just doing the best with the staff that you already have, and you kind of know how that sort of works, to hiring full-time staff members, to using consultant services. And the staff recommendation is to take this on as more of like a pilot project. What some of the other cities in the county are doing is they're using professional communications firms with a sort of scope of services, but also potentially like a menu of things that we would agree to, where they are providing both regular communications, but also as needed communications on behalf of the city. And we would see that as a good, I think, test of how effective having focused communications would be, starting with a smaller budget and contract and evaluating it after potentially a year or two to see how that effort is going. So I think I would turn to Sarah. Sarah, did I miss out any budget implications that we need direction on? What we're really hoping for is council discussion on these action items. Do you agree with them? If you do, we would put this together in a more attractive, more sort of legible document, but also we would bring forward budget requests next month as part of your budget process. And I went through that pretty fast, and I may have missed some details, so I'd ask, is there anything else we want council direction on?
I think that's a good summary. Clearly, the larger dollar amount items, and as we review storm recovery, those are what we're going to be asking you to prioritize in your budget study session. So if there's any preliminary direction that you have, or as Mr. Carpenter mentioned, anything that you want to revisit from last time, that would be helpful as we build the budget currently.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Rios. Before we continue on, I thought we'd get there, but we're not going to. So I'm going to look for support from council to go past 9:30, but no later than 10 o'clock, so that we can finish this item we've started.
I don't know if that's a motion, but I'll second that, or head nod, whatever it is that you need.
Yeah, I don't think we need a motion. Then we'll have to continue the item. Is everybody okay with going past 9:30?
Stand up and stretch break.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will open it up to council questions for staff. Anyone? Starting?
Okay, well, we had a few different people, well, we had quite a few people reach out. A lot of people seem to be very happy about the identified goals that we ended up with. However, we did have some suggestions for, change in the name from like economic vitality to achieve economic vitality, those sorts of things. And I'm wondering if this is the appropriate time to talk about some of those suggestions that were brought forward before we go into like prioritization and that sort of thing.
We can certainly add to the plan, yeah. And the one thing I would mention is people brought up thoughts or suggestions that staff intends to do. The question is, do they sort of rise to the level of being a goal or a action item?
One of the things that I think we need to certainly insert maybe into infrastructure, not to add anything major, well, it's kind of a major thing, but it has been brought up a few times, and it was brought up again tonight. And I think we brought it up during the council goal setting, but it may not have been specified on location, but it's a public restroom and the issue with that downtown. And I don't know if that needs to be agendized as an action item, but I think it's certainly something that has been brought to me by many of the downtown business owners, as well as just concerned citizens in general. And I don't know if that's needs to be specified as a goal, as an action item, or if that, I don't see it as an ongoing action. So I'm wondering.
So I think the challenge you would have there is just dollars, and is that a higher priority than roads and the vets hall? I think would be the conversation, unless you wanted us, for example, to just look at sort of planning or looking at locations for a public restroom next year. That maybe we can do with fewer dollars or with.
Like it could be locations or options for providing a public bathroom in the downtown. I think one of the speakers, Susan Stewart, actually suggested that we look at other opportunities for it.
Yeah, one of those options was offsetting costs for utilities, something like that. And so I think the idea of coming back with, and maybe spending less money in the development of those options, but definitely addressing the need. I I just think it was one of those things that was coming across a lot, and we kind of just dropped it during our goal setting. And do I think it's more important than streets? Probably not, but I also think it's a priority we should at least begin to address. I don't know. I don't know if I have support from other council members, but I just think that it's something that we need to look at. And maybe it's not the very top of our priority list, but maybe somewhere in this list, it needs to be brought back at some point.
Something that I was also going to pivot off of that is, we were wanting to get our ad hoc design district committee formed. I mean, that's something we already have that we should be doing. We've asked for that, right? And so maybe within that, the bathroom discussion could come into play, location of it, just another option there, maybe. It's not obviously on here. It's something that we already approved to move forward with.
It could be something that you add to it for sure. I mean, there's a lot of things that relate to the ad hoc committees.
Should that be
Efforts
on
that'll
here?
be coming forward, so.
Should that be on here?
We've already approved it.
Oh, so we don't need to.
We've already approved it, but that could be an element of that review for that.
I'm fine with that as long as we address it in some way, shape, or form. So,
It seems that might be a more appropriate place to start with, because that is going to come back to Planning Commission and council eventually, so.
okay. And then I had one last thing. No, you're fine. One last, well, I have more, but I'm gonna bring it down. So, as far as, okay, so it was brought up that we didn't specify in the goals under housing and homelessness, which is the category here. We talked about making sure that we are actively participating with the regional plan. And I want to make sure that if it's not listed here, that does it, does it, okay, but I don't see it here under this chart. Did I miss it?
I believe it's under housing and homelessness, the continued participation in the county's 5-year housing and infrastructure plan. Maybe the terminology is incorrect.
Okay, sorry, I missed that. Okay, never mind. Okay, and then the last thing is, and I know that last council, I believe it was Councilmember Heller actually asked for it to come back, and our mobile home Linda Winters brought it up again. I'm wondering if in the items under housing and homelessness, I don't know if we've already started work on it, Mr. Newmeyer, but what we're doing with the MRL and the education with our mobile home parks, if we're already in process of working on that, or if we need to prioritize that to come back.
I don't think there's a need to prioritize it. Scott Collins and myself and former Councilmember Heller and Ms. Winters, we talked about having an educational program for the mobile home park residents, and I need to confer with the new city manager on bringing that forward, but that's already on the to-do list, if you will.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well then that's it for my questions at this time. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I have a few things. One thing, going back to the ad hoc design district committee, I know that we also, looks like we dropped off the historical preservation component, and I want to make sure that we add that in when we get moving on that, as soon as we get rolling. Another thing, under public infrastructure in the category of responsibility, if we could add CFAC under 1A as part of the responsibility in the conversation. Citizens finance.
They would certainly be part of the process. Under responsibility, it was sort of, who is the new city manager going to hold responsible for getting the task completed?
Okay. Thank you for that.
Councilmember Landrum?
I wanted to know, okay, with item A1A, how does this, okay, let me look at it. So if we're going to be looking at an order of how things are, like what should be done, how does that work with fixing the roads? Like if you have to fix the sewer lines, don't you do that before you fix the roads? I don't know. I'm just wondering, how does that work?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. It's a good question and one that we grapple with every day. Part of the way that we prioritize is just based on progress of a given project. So, for example, road work may be a more straightforward engineering design and then a bid going out to a contractor, where sewer work may be more complex than that because it's underground and we may have to do modeling or other tasks, other kinds of engineering tasks. And so it's with some projects we may begin and we have to wait a few months for tasks to get completed and then begin another step and more tasks need to get completed. And so in that interim period while we're waiting, we can start other projects. And so we always have, at least a dozen projects going on at any given time. So we look at, when we prioritize internally right now, the way we do it is we look at what the greatest need is and then work on those projects first.
So if a road was really bad, but the sewer pipe underneath that road was equally bad or kind of bad, you would fix the road before you would fix the sewer pipe?
Under that scenario, I would just say it depends. It's more for us about where we would be at with that sewer line replacement and where we would be at with that road replacement. If we have a project for a sewer line replacement that is kind of moderate urgency, again, there's several steps sometimes or several tasks that need to be done before we get to the point of construction. Whereas roadway work may be done more quickly in a few months. And so, for some of our utility work, it could take 2 years to develop a project, but that's not the case with roads. So just to answer your question, it really depends on, can we put those projects together? Would we do one first or the other? It just depends on the number of tasks that have to be completed to do a given project. I feel like I'm not answering your question.
Well, I mean, I know that the community really wants, we keep hearing they want the roads fixed, but if you fix the roads and then you have to tear them up again because the sewer lines are faulty, then how does that help anything?
Yeah, well, I mean, the issue with the roadways is not necessarily that there's issues underneath with sewer lines. It's just that the condition of the roads are so bad that many of them need reconstruction or serious rehabilitation. And so if we were to rehabilitate a street and then come in 6 months later and replace a sewer line underneath, contrary to what I believe to be popular belief, that's not really that much of a problem or threat to the health of the road. Really, the issue is with our roads, particularly in North Morro Bay, there's no base layer under the road. It's essentially asphalt on sand. And so when we repave those roads, within a couple of years, they already start not looking good. So that I think when folks see the condition of our roads, that's what they're thinking of. Again, digging up a road that's just been paved to replace some utilities under the road, it doesn't really impact their condition.
Well, Greg, is it fair to say that we have enough roads that are in bad condition that don't have a sewer problem, that will keep us busy for a while?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we'll be busy for a very long time with our roads.
Well, what I'm getting at is just if we could, it seems like a good idea to prioritize the way things are done to be the most efficient. And so if, yeah, you could just fix the roads that didn't need the sewer pipes repaired, but when you're fixing the roads that need the sewer pipes repaired as well, maybe look at doing both at the same time, right? Are we doing, I just want to make sure that we're doing something, or we're looking at that.
I appreciate the suggestion, and I think that to answer that question, we'd probably want to come back with a fuller presentation to the City Council about efficient methodologies of repairing roads and how we prioritize our roads. Because probably the greatest driver in maximizing our dollar when we do road work is ensuring that the roads that are in okay condition get treated first, because there is a slope that just drops off, that when a roadway reaches a certain condition, it just deteriorates very quickly. And then to fix the road when it's down at the bottom of its health is very, very expensive. We want to maintain roads when they're in like good or okay condition so that they don't drop off. So if we're looking at efficiency from the standpoint of saving the city money, you know, for the city, for the Public Works Department, we look at that. How can we maximize our dollar in the long term by prioritizing roads in a way that maintains the overall health of the city's roads? And so last year, the City Council did receive this presentation. We've also given this presentation through the PWAB. And so I might suggest that the council have a look at that, and then we can also entertain the discussion of, you know, whether project sequencing with utility work underground might be beneficial from an efficiency standpoint. I'm sure there's cases where it may be. But again, I think the greatest loss to our efficiency is really the temptation to work on roads that are in very bad shape at the expense of letting our okay roads also fall into bad shape.
And I have to, just since we're talking about it, I had someone from the community watched our meeting on Tuesday or Wednesday, and when we were talking about the street sweeper, and he brought up that this has been brought up before, years ago, and he mentioned that the street sweeper itself is tearing up the roads. Because if the road is already, you know, damaged, and then that, he said that the street sweeper is really antiquated and it's tearing up the roads so if we're having a street, I hate to keep talking about the street sweeper, but if we're doing that once a year, which to me sounds like it does nothing, and it's tearing up the roads, that seems like it's defeating a lot of purposes. You know, it's working against us.
I appreciate that comment, Councilmember Landrum. I don't remember if we ever verified whether or not we are required to have a street sweeping service at least once a year, so that's something I can follow up on. I don't believe a heavy utility truck like a street sweeper, and I'm not sure how heavy ours are, we can look into that, but I don't believe once a year going up a road would do significant damage. We have trash trucks going up, you know, three times a week if you look at organics, recycling, and waste. So I think that the street sweeper would be pretty insignificant with regards to that. But I would like to do a little bit more research on that.
Yeah, he just was saying that it was the action of the street, like what the street sweeper, not so much that it's heavy, but how its kind of very function is to kind of grind, you know, rub friction kind of. So anyways, also, 1C, this kind of goes in with all of this. The street striping, is that a good idea to do before we repair the streets?
Good question, Councilmember Landrum. Historically, the approach we've taken is when we repair a street, we have the contractor sub out street striping. That's certainly the most cost-efficient way from the experience of our city engineer to do that. You know, we could bring on an on-call striping firm that could go around town and stripe roads. That may be a good idea in some cases, and in other cases, if a road is more deteriorated, we might not want to stripe it because it just kind of falls apart anyway.
Right, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So, you know, it's certainly an option for us to keep the road looking fresher. Because, you know, if we were to continue with our historical methodology of striping, we only stripe the roads we repair. Well, we only, given our limited budget, we don't repair as many roads as we'd like. And so most of the city hasn't seen fresh striping in quite a while. So, you know, ultimately that'll be a decision for council, but you know, I think it's reasonable to have some level of budget for that, just to make sure that other roads in the city are getting attention.
You mean as far as striping?
Yes.
And is that something that we do in-house, or do we?
To do the kind of striping that I think we're looking for roadways, that would be contracted out. That would be a thermoplastic striping. That's not something we do in-house.
Mm-hmm.
In-house, we can paint stripes, but they don't last very long.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then shall I just keep going?
You have more goal questions without us getting in the weeds too much? We're running out of time.
They're more of, like, for instance, with the 2A, with the grant writing, I was just going to add that, for instance, the HAB, the Harbor Advisory Board, has had members that have been interested in writing grants. And I was just going to suggest that we also, in addition to adding the lobbyists, we also look at those options. And also for 4C, for the social media, can we look at possibly a college student? You know, Cal Poly, yeah, an intern. I mean, that seems like an ideal thing for an intern.
Can I provide input on that? Okay. When it's somebody that is conveying information about the city, I think we should definitely have a professional or somebody that is either staff or a professional. Other businesses and cities have made mistakes in the past of hiring interns or college students, or I wouldn't want to specify college students, but and it's been costly. You could set yourself up for lawsuits and all sorts of things if you put out information incorrectly. And I just think I appreciate your comment, but I just want to give you some insight that I think it's important that we consider a professional. If we go forward with that and we do this, that it should be somebody either within the city, or if we hire out, it needs to be someone who does this professionally. This is my input.
Okay, and then on 3A, does that include the action items? Does that include looking at other areas that were brought up at the meeting, like Quintana Road?
Component to this particular meeting, so it's just live here today, although we are on video, so we are live streamed on Channel 20. With that, I'd like to start the meeting off with, where the hell is it? Oh, the quorum and call to order. I guess I'll go ahead and just do a roll call vote, roll call piece. Member Doherty, thank you. Member O'Brien? Here. Member Hanson? Here. Member Wachowski?
Here.
Member Green?
Here.
Member Vale? Here. Chair Myers is also present. With that, we'd like to have a moment of silence. All right, thank you. Member O'Brien, if you would lead us off in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next up is we'll do the board member announcements. I guess we'll start with member Jean Dowdy.
Good evening, board members. Looks like winter is over with and spring is here.
I greatly appreciate having had the, yeah, I had turned it on, having the, this much work done already. And I think we could probably sit here and continue to add things to it and in some ways weigh this down too much. And right now, it's a good thing to look at and be thinking about, but I don't know that we need to nail down every last item in here.
In talking with staff about capacity issues, I think the list gives us more than enough to work on for the next couple of years.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I would agree with you.
And probably passed.
Yeah.
I'm going to open up public comment, and then I'll bring it back to council. I have a speaker, so thank you, Terry. No, come on up. Thank you for using one sheet tonight.
Well, I try. Thank you, Madam Chair. Terry Simons, Morro Bay. First of all, I am astounded, amazed, shocked, and awed at the complexity and the clarity that staff has put together in this goals and objectives and action items matrix. I think it's wonderful. I'm so excited that we have a new person sitting in the city manager's chair, because clearly he's got a handle on this thing, and this is wonderful. It was great to follow through and look at it. Not unlike council, I have some things that I thought might be added in here and there, and I'll just jump straight into those. Under the economic vitality second page, item 2C, streamlining permit process. That was skipped over, unfortunately, when you went through it the first time. I think that the budget item on that is probably small, but we were looking for a place to do the historic issue and also the downtown redevelopment design. And then my pet peeve is a design committee. I think those actually play in very well to streamlining the permitting process. After what you went through tonight on the double appeal, I think it's very obvious that we need to find a way to cut off a lot of the higher level discussion. There were 20 people in here on city payrolls sitting while a coin flip was done over here by the applicant, the city attorney, and the community development director. That coin flip could have been done in a much earlier part of the process, in a much more simplified way, and cut off a lot of the appeal process. So I think that under new action items, I think that's where the historic committee, and I would like to see a design and review committee. I think those committees are one and the same. I think design review, basically by its very nature, would look at historic. I don't think historic would be necessarily a design review, but design review would definitely look at historic. The budget item for that is probably way too small. And then in the last notes over there, it says involves a committee. I hesitate to add to my workload, but if there's going to be a public or multiple public members of that committee, I would volunteer to sit on that committee. I think I could bring a lot of my experience and input into helping streamline the permitting process, particularly help develop a design review committee. Other than that, I think that this is a fantastic new matrix, and it's a wonderful thing to look forward to seeing it develop. Oh, I had one more thing. I got 12 seconds. I think that all future agendas, every agenda item should be keyed to these goals and action items. So just be a one line in each agenda item that comes before the council that should tell you how it fits into your goals, whether it's revenue neutral, costs the city, or generates revenue for the city. Just a thought.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, interim staff members, new staff members. I'm Jeff Heller, proud resident of Morro Bay. The goal, I agree completely with what Terry said. I think based on that meeting you had Wednesday night, and to have all this prepared and at this meeting in such a short time frame shows an enormous amount of work by staff, and I greatly appreciate it. It's very well organized. I'm very reluctant to tamper with the goals themselves, but I think every time we do goal setting, it comes down to one kind of fundamental question, which is where's the money coming from? So what I would like to see, and maybe this is being planned anyway, but I think our finance director could compare a laundry list of revenue options, particularly with respect to generating revenue streams to support our infrastructure. And obviously we talk a lot about streets. I would kind of like that package to be streets, sidewalks, and public facilities, which would cover restrooms and any improvements we want to make to our utility spaces that we use as a city. I would have a second bucket for harbor infrastructure, which is going to be an ongoing issue for this community. We get lots of, we pursue grant money, but we can't depend on grant money on a long-term basis to generate that stream. And those are really my two comments. And I think we need to get those options in place. We need to involve the community and find out what this community is willing to pay for or not. If the community is willing to let the harbor degrade and let our streets and sidewalks degrade and not generate a revenue stream that support them, then so be it. But I think everyone needs to know what our choices are, and they're going to be hard ones. And we need to make them now, and hopefully by 2024, they'll still be legal. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Betty Winholtz, I really hope you don't make any decisions tonight because you've been meeting since 3 o'clock. So I'm going to run through these real briefly, and that's why they're in writing. I won't address the first two questions in particular. I think your assessment should have already have been done. That doesn't need to be on your list. I think the streets are number one, and that you need to increase it up to $2 million, and that things like Preston Lane need to be paid for by FEMA and not out of our general fund, which is where other things should come from. The events hall, I think, got embellished too much. All we need to do is take care of our AV equipment here. This should not become just a city council chamber. This is a multi-purpose room. Multi-people use it and for different purposes, and we don't need to go that extreme. Again, on 1D, your storm response, that's something that should just be done. I don't know why it would be a goal. You should already be doing that. Talked about grant writing for a minute, portfolio of our property. That's been done almost with every new council, and I don't see that as a high priority. Like it was said earlier in the evening, you sell it once and then the money's gone. Marketplace, this is an ongoing conversation with the public, and you need to bring it to us and see if we still think it's on the table. Streamlining is something that was done in the last goal-setting council. I don't know why it's on here as a separate new thing. See under 4A, it was involved with the chamber. That should already be something that's being done. Certainly, if you have seen the last planning commission, you know Seashells Estates is not about affordable housing, and nor is the developer interested in that, is what I took away from that meeting. County efforts, we've talked about that. I don't know how ADUs can be more streamlined. Your advisory boards, yes, please use them, but don't tell us that we need to be tracked and get better commissioners, because we're already good people. I mean, I'm not on there, but the people that are, if you watch them, they're doing a good job. So maybe just word that differently. Certainly, you need to bring those study sessions back to the community, because we've asked you for that. Cybersecurity should just be part of the guy's job. This should not be a goal or an action item. And we certainly don't need a media specialist for $100,000. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? AGP, do we have anyone waiting?
Thank you, Mayor Wixon. Currently, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. We have 10 minutes left. What do you want to do? I'm going to look to you. Do you want to call it? Do you want to try and continue? I always have plenty to say. It's just, I don't know if we have enough time to get to where we need to tonight, and if we don't, then at some point we need to make that decision. So I'm gonna.
So I guess my question would be, Mr. Carpenter, would we have an opportunity to, I guess,
Continue.
are you going to be going through this a little bit more as far as the comments that you got tonight, and where would we stand after tonight, I guess?
There were a couple of, I'd call them sort of adjustments to wording that I was planning on making, but just making it into a more legible and attractive document was my goal, after hopefully getting direction on the action items and helping us put the budget together.
I hate to do this, but I think we're probably going to need to continue the item, and I'm sorry for that, but I think it's just, I know we knew it was going to be a push tonight with the appeal, but I just feel that I don't want to be rushed into making this decision tonight. I don't think any of us do. Pardon? I'm fine with that. Continuing the item, I'm sorry, yeah. So I think at this point, that's the direction we're going to give. It's late, and I don't think we're going to make it in 10 minutes to finish it.
Okay. That's fine. It may affect sort of the thoroughness of some of the budget documents the draft budget documents that we're talking about early in the process. It doesn't mean that you're not going to have a complete professional budget at the end of the process.
Pardon?
All right. What more do you, okay. So having said that, Mr. Carpenter, I'm just trying to figure out, in 10 minutes, is there something that we could, any direction we could give that could
I don't know that we've given consensus to the direction at this point, though, and I think that Councilmember Landrum still had some things she wanted to comment on and ask about, and, since we've heard public comment.
Yeah. You didn't have a chance either, did you? Yeah.
No, I have not yet,
Yeah.
so.
I think that's fine.
Sorry.
We'll figure out the budget piece. I think usually early in the process, your finance director has a very detailed budget ready to talk to the CFAC about, and in this case, it might be a sort of a higher level document, or maybe not in the level of detail that they're used to seeing. But we'll get there.
Thank you, sorry.
And I should say, I thank your executive team for putting this document together. People complimented me. I'm just sort of the spokesperson for your professional
No,
executive team.
it was impressive to be back, circled around in a week, so, I know that took a lot from all of you, your time and your schedule, so thank you for all of that, everyone. There was a lot of input that night, too, and then this also. So with that, we'll continue the item. I will ask if there's any future agenda items anyone wants tonight. Everyone's good with that? I will move to close the meeting. I am tired. Thank you. To adjourn.